somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave the interest rate unchanged. The risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation appear to have risen, and we believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments.
All right, so that's from Powell. It was strange. He's clearing his throat, talking about unemployment or inflation. Basically, I don't think any of this stuff looks good, to be frank.
It was I gave you $1,000 to deposit. You said you wanted to buy something. I asked you how much. You said, oh, maybe like $100. I said, okay, cool. Just deposit the rest. Nothing got deposited. Explain to me why you needed $100 out of $1,000 and there's nothing left.
Because I was already
What was already spent?
It's not even $1,000 anymore. It's like a whole $1,000.
How much did you spend? At first, how much did you spend?
I gave him $100.
So you have $900 left. Yes.
Harry,
Why the fuck did you deposit the $900?
because it was change.
Patience, Sam.
In what world is $900 just change?
It's not even $1,000 anymore. So I may as well you just keep spending it.
You jumped right into that one.
Because I told you to deposit the money.
You're wrong. It's wrong here.
Oh my gosh. What is wrong? There's something wrong. There's something genuinely wrong with your brain.
It was
I gave you $1,000 to deposit. You said you needed to buy something.
I just graduated from my master's program recently, and I was really lucky not to take out any loans for it.
Right.
Yeah, and during this time, since I was 17, I did a lot of freelance work, which I've saved up a lot in savings, over $200,000. And yeah, $200,000.
So from 17 to how old are you now?
25.
From 17 to 25, in the last 7 years, while you were getting your undergrad and your master's, you put $300,000 in the bank.
Yeah, I went to colleges that I didn't pay tuition for, and they applied for lots of grants and scholarships to help pay for my living expenses.
Ding.
And I stayed with my parents.
Nice job.
At the time.
So what's your master's in?
I'm a classical musician, so I got it in violin performance.
Wow, good for you. So what was your freelance? You said you were doing freelance? Were you playing the violin?
Yeah, so I was playing the violin. It was but I was quite limited. Sometimes I would teach as well when I was younger, especially to younger students, and I still teach today as well.
And so what did you make touring? I'm curious.
It's really unstable. So about 50,000 in 1 year, and then last year was really good. It was just 100,000, but this year is less. It's like 60,000. So it's really fluctuating.
I understand. Okay. That side gig while you're going through college.
Yeah, I was really lucky.
You keep saying that. There's no luck involved here. You've worked your butt off. You've been very diligent. You've been very careful. You lived at home, and you are obviously a world-class musician. Well, 24-year-olds don't make 50 to 100 grand unless they're really good. What did you make when you were tutoring other younger kids? How much did you charge?
When I was 17, I charged $50 an hour. But
50?
recently I charged $100. Yes, $50 an hour.
Love you. You're awesome. This is a great story. So you are so successful. How can I help you?
How should I go amongst building wealth at this stage? I'm sure you say put it in like an index fund sometimes. But should I put it all at once, or how should I best organize it?
First thing I want you to do is to contact one of our SmartVestor pros and begin to get one of them in your corner. Now, what you're looking for is someone who you connect with who has the heart of a teacher. Because their job is to do your investing. Their job is to show you some options on investing and teach you how they work. And they'll make you some really good suggestions in this situation. But you're going to learn from them so that you don't depend on them, you don't depend on me. You depend on your brain and growing your knowledge in these areas so that you can start doing some investing. And I'm probably going to send some of this towards some mutual funds and be thinking about when you're going to buy a house someday. And I'm going to use some of it for that. I might even pay cash for a house. Oh my goodness, you're in such a good position.
I just graduated from my master's program recently, and I was lucky not to take any loans for it.
Great.
Yeah, and during this time, since I was 17, I did a lot of freelance work, which I saved up a lot in savings, over $200,000. And yeah, $200,000.
So from 17 to how old are you now?
25.
From 17 to 25 in the last 7 years, while you were getting your undergrad and your master's, you had $300,000 in the bank.
Yeah, I went to colleges that I didn't pay tuition for, and I applied for lots of grants and scholarships that helped pay for my living expenses.
Ding.
And I stayed with my parents.
Nice job.
All the time.
So what's your master's in?
I'm a musician, so I did violin performance.
Oh, good for you. So what was your freelance? You said you were doing freelance? Were you playing the violin?
Yeah, so I was playing the violin. I was quite limited. Sometimes I teach as well. Young, especially to younger students.
So what did you make touring? I'm curious.
It's really unstable. I had like 50,000 in a year, and then this year was really just. This year is less. It's like 60,000, so it's really fluctuating.
I understand. Okay. Not a bad side gig while you're going through college.
Yeah, I was really lucky.
You keep saying that. There's no luck involved here. You worked your butt off. You've been very diligent. You've been very thorough. You lived at home and you were obviously a world-class musician. Well, 24-year-olds don't make 50 to 100 grand unless they're really good. What did you make when you were tutoring other younger kids? How much did you charge?
When I was 17, I charged $50 an hour. But
50?
I charged $100. Yes, $50 an hour.
Love you. You're awesome. Great. So you're so successful. How can I help you?
How should I go amongst building wealth at this stage? I should say put it in like an index fund something. But should I put it all at once, or how should I best organize this?
Okay. First thing I want you to do is to contact one of our Smart Investor Pros and begin to get one of them in your corner. Now, what you're looking for is someone.
One thing no one prepares you for as an adult is moving away from your best friend. Like, I live a 5-hour flight away. I'm currently visiting my hometown, which means I get to see my best friend and do our favorite activity, which is stay home, make some tea, and indulge in our favorite snack, Cadbury fingers, and just yap all night long. So this is your sign to cherish those moments with your friends and make your girls night in even better with new Cadbury fingers.
Old Spice Super HAC.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
I've been shot, stabbed. I've been blown up 15 feet into a wall, gas. I've broken over 30 balls in my body. I've broken ribs, arms, all my fingers, all my toes.
Tossing Semtex grenade.
Broken leg, scratched my foot, toes, and legs. I scratched my foot and my leg.
How'd you make it over there, Bishop?
Trust the first read.
20 grams, man. I just like
Fool's gold.
Yeah, but fool's gold is worth zero. So
You wanted to give me $750 for it.
You should have took some.
what's going on, everybody? Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Like I said, the next time y'all see me, we'll be on a boat. We're getting off on an island right now. We're going to go hang out at Celebration Key. Hang out in the water while y'all watch this video. If you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. I hope y'all enjoy this video.
For a chunk like that, it's nice to be stuck there boat. Because that's about as pure as you can get. That's whatever I can tell them. Because it seems like nobody's got any money or something.
The question is, when you work too much. Because if you want 11,000,
Where I can tell them. Because it seems like nobody's got any money or something.
the question is, when you work too much. Because if you want 11,000, that's 3% over. So, I mean,
Yeah, that's more than
that's more than the gold handle. Now, they are Scottsdale products, so when you buy them, you know, you're probably going to pay a little bit. Well, for us to buy
Sure,
it,
pay $100 more.
yeah. Well, for us to buy it, install, what you want for them?
I figured $10,000. I paid $11,500 for it. I can get it on my computer and show you what I paid for it. You just have to put the money back in the bank. It's a coin instead. The nights I got them because I wanted to see what they look like. No, I want to know a bar. I always thought it'd be like a bar, like. They're real pretty, aren't they?
They are.
I was going with less space.
I mean, they weigh exactly on. They look good. So I just want to shoot. Go and see.
Yeah.
You said you have a receipt on your phone?
Yeah.
You have a receipt on your phone?
Yeah.
Just to take a quick look. When you find something like this, just got to be sure.
I don't care if I pull my pants down.
Oh, you're okay.
I found a big pipe on eBay and a seller on eBay that I sold some gold coins. He didn't send them. He sent one to Taiwan and one to Mexico. And I argued with eBay. They paid me for one. Right? Then I'm actually going to tell them, a lawyer's going to call you, and the police are already over here once. And I reported it once. Now I'm going to put it official because you're paying me for one bar. I keep on saying, can you read your invoice? Are you that stupid you can't read an invoice? 2 bars of gold. You pay me for one. Where's the money for the other one? So now I already had the police over my house. Now you read this. You tell me what you read. What do you read there? 2 bars of gold. What's the picture showing you? 2 bars of gold, right? Are they ignorant? They can't read an invoice? This is why I'm so furious at these people. They can't read an invoice.
From you, but I have to go to my bank right there and get a check.
That's okay. That's okay. You tell me. Beautiful, aren't they? Good. About as fine as you can get. That's what I like about that. You know what I like about this? They took up very little space. You know why I'm doing this? My kids don't have their time. I've been telling them since 18 years old I joined break. Yeah, it's true. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. They have serial numbers on them.
But you bought them both at the same time?
Yeah.
Same day or whatever?
Yeah.
So show you that's what they got.
Yeah.
Where did you buy it? eBay? Oh, you bought it off eBay?
No, but they're going on eBay. Where do they get them? They usually go to
so they were on eBay. Yeah, Scott, you know them through Scott's to move in.
they get Gmail.
Yeah.
They tell me, now, then this is the picture of it and everything. This I tell me, go to eBay.
Bro, the level just started. We're already getting overrun. I gotta take these guys out. Build this crossbow tower as fast as possible.
Before eBay, they just sell it for here. And you know what? I'm not going to time anymore because they sent me, asked me what I know.
There's so many people so that just give some of this one away.
And then they sent me a report asking me they want to know too many personal questions. And I go, you know what? If they're going to ask those questions, then I don't know where I'm going to go. I'll buy Baymax. Because really, what they're asking is really none of their business. They want to know people where I work, stuff like that. So that's none of your damn business. I didn't fight for this country for people who ask me questions like that. I didn't go through hell for 6 years. That's what I think of that.
How much did you want from 2 of them?
What did I get? $1,000.
Okay. You said it's 8, you can do 10 apiece on this.
No, I'll take 20, no more.
20,000?
Yeah. I paid $23,000.
I'll do 20 on him if you want to do 20.
Yeah, I'll do 20.
Alright, he's going to run it up. I'm going to run over there and get you a check. And it's going to be from bank. So you can go right back. You can go right back. Your bank, then you can go straight over there. We're right here. You know where we're at.
Because they put some money anyway.
Well, I'm just going to get all.
I get email saying, you're on the money. I go to the bank, and you know what? Say, wait, I have my money there too. But you're on the money. I go to the bank, and no, you're not. You got the bank. Why did I get this stupid email saying you're minus 200
They send out fake
I
specials.
know.
So
I take one with the GMP. The dollar told me she doesn't. Oh, no, I can't. Just send it.
people try to steal it.
And people want to steal it.
You're retired now?
Yeah, I retired 30 years ago, Mark. Oh, when I was 56 years old, I retired.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the great money.
You had a Marine Corps vet, or like a...
Yeah, they made me retire. We took me on disability.
Oh, so you were time in there. I heard you saying you were in there for a while.
Yeah, I've been shot, stabbed. I've been blown up back 15 feet into a wall, gassed. I've broken over 30 bones in my body.
Damn.
I've broken ribs, all my fingers, all my toes. Fractured, top my fractured, broken arm, broken leg, fractured my foot, toes, and leg. Fractured my foot and my leg.
How did you make it over there, man? Never made it. I still be told how people live for
By the grace of God, I'm alive. And that's doing today.
Hey, good work.
And we brought a friend up here to a doctor's office. I said, look, you're doing shit. You gotta get choose it.
We don't right now, I don't think. Justin will be right there. He can tell you if you got something in the back, but I don't think we do. All the shows is that you're selling 2 bars, one $10,000 each, $20,000 total, and you just sign right here. And he's going to come back. I don't have to check yet, but he'll be right back here.
See, like, if you've been in Europe, whatever you do, it's going to be like this.
If you give me a second,
Maybe a little dirt outside by this.
I might be able to see that white thing. I don't know.
They're going to be done.
I'd have to look and even see what it is. I don't do anything other than that. We have to check with you and do it.
Yeah, try to check it. Be a thing. What are you going to do? You get going. Just
something about it.
See, you got one really nice thing. That's right. The predators are really nice.
Predator, yeah.
Wow. That's what that is. Those things. That's been there. So if you can come up with some common price, you might be able to make a deal with you.
You told me you could tell me what it's worth earlier.
Yeah.
You did.
I can't. I'm here. Okay. Say what's worth and what you want to. This one stick right here is the range. It's worth a little less than 100, but that predator is probably used dealing with predators. It's probably worth it. Something worth about 200 used.
Anyways, good.
Be sure to check it reading.
No, and if I start to man, you're usually going to be around. Besides, today. Now, when you buy something, man, you better check. They're regular, you better go. They can't do anything like that. Everything has to be spot on.
No, what the fuck?
When they tell you a price, it's always spot on. They even tell you that. That's fine.
So you don't
Trust the first reading.
just 20 grams, 20 grand, man. Just like
Gold is gold.
100%, yeah, but fool's gold is worth zero, so.
Yeah, well, you saw the price on the internet. You're not gonna find anything there but gold.
I think it's all good, but I mean, shot my paper on it. All right, so good to go. Appreciate it.
No, thank you.
Yeah, anything else like this, we'll take a look at it at least.
10 silver one there, or $10,000 just for what you got. $11,000, so just representative. Yeah, We get in line.
It's like they're gonna get something out of the line. Check, reject.
Just
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's good advice. All right, brother. Thanks again. Thanks for your service, too. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you for coming in.
Pleasure.
And we will see you next time.
Thank you, Bobby.
Amen.
He was beside.
Yes, I'm big man.
Wow, so that is so cool. Cool.
I had a Barry Sanders too, bro. I saw it too, a buddy of mine. Yeah.
What are you getting out of this?
This I'm gonna hold on to it. I think they're like $700-800.
Yeah.
But I'm holding on to it.
Yeah, I have the Barry Sanders rookie card.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're out of the Lake Placid Sebring area. We brought a buddy up to the doctor over there. We said that we seen your pawn shop. Let's go to that pawn
I
shop.
at that course down there, Turtle and Wolf or Turtle and Fox or whatever, the golf course down there in Avon Park, Sebring.
Oh yeah. I used to be a pro. I actually on senior tour. I came on senior tour for 3.5 years.
Oh yeah.
Then I turned pro when I turned 50. Played out there for a couple of years.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? It's Graham here. So I'm going to be honest. This is one of the craziest markets that I've ever seen. Normally, I tend not to be too outspoken about my own thoughts, since I'd like to think the data speaks for itself. But in this market, I witnessed such quick stock market reversal, like where it all completely flipped. The stock market collapsed. In just 90 days. And if you think things are getting out of hand, turns out this is just the very beginning. That's right. Despite the entire market surging to brand new record highs, the surface, US dollar is widely headed towards its biggest decline since 1986. International stocks have now begun outperforming the United States for the first time in decades. And starting on August 1st, bets are back on the table for brand new tariffs. That's why we really got to discuss exactly what's happening. Why the Federal Reserve just decided not to lower interest rates. If this is something to be concerned about, and then how you can best protect your money starting today. Because like it or not, we're in for a while. But before we start, if you appreciate the last minute breaking news update videos like this, you please to me hit the like button or subscribe if you haven't done already. I know it's silly to ask for it. I don't like it myself when it does help out. So thank you for doing that. Here's a picture of a frog. So thanks so much, and also big thank you to Gemini for sponsoring this video, but more on that later. Alright, now before we break down what's happening in the markets and what Jerome Powell just said about his rumored resignation, we first need to talk about Trump's #1 priority, and that would be lowering interest rates. Well, it's no surprise, over the last year, there's been a major push to cut interest rates as fast as possible to help boost the economy. And in the process of doing so, there have been some choice words thrown at Jerome Powell for keeping rates higher than expected, including but not limited to stupid, terrible, numbskull, dumb, fool, mule, major loser, low IQ, not a smart person, and too late. But despite the political pressure, accusations, and potential lawsuits, Jerome Powell is staying true to his objective, which is to keep interest rates high enough not to trigger another round of inflation. Here's the part that almost no one saw coming. So far, we have seen almost no inflation whatsoever from tariffs. Like, according to CNN, consumer prices rose 2.4% last month. That was less than economists had expected, and only slightly higher than the 2.3% rate in April, which was the U.S. economy's lowest inflation since February of 2021. Even Jerome Powell admitted that just a few items are growing in price as a result of tariffs. Although in terms of why this is happening, he offers just one single explanation. That is, stores are still working through the inventory that came into their warehouse before Trump put tariffs in place. Meaning, yes, prices will go up.
day for a really long time. So she literally changed my life.
So if you don't already have one, take this as your sign.
I'm sick of getting away from my family, and so this having a chance to make a place for me and really done. But she's like the perfect gift for back in my grade. I'm not on the tuition every day doing the films who's helping just reading. And it's now available on HorrorTuition.com.
Eventually, just not right now, according to Powell. Although in terms of what happens next, the reason Trump is no longer looking to fire Jerome Powell and why people have started to believe that we're forming a new stock market bubble, there's one more topic that most people completely miss that partially explains why asset prices are skyrocketing in value, and that would be the declining U.S. dollar. Look, not to be an alarmist here, but if you're not aware, the value of the U.S. dollar has had its worst start to the year since 1973, meaning each and every day, more money is created, more debt is accumulated, the higher every other asset balloons. Like, think of it this way. Back in the early 1970s, the value of the dollar was pegged to that of gold, which was set at a fixed price of $35 an ounce. At that time, minimum wage brought in $50 a week, which equated to nearly 1.5 ounces of gold. Well, today that minimum wage would have to increase to more than $4,800 a week just to match. You get where I'm going with this. The value of our dollar has lost a significant amount of its purchasing power, while the price of gold is now trading above $30 an ounce. And even though the U.S. dollar is still the reserve currency of the world, it's not stopping it from constantly getting devalued. So why is this happening? Well, first we have money printing. In this case, our national debt just recently surpassed $37 trillion. It's on pace to top $56 trillion in just another 10 years. And now we're at the point where there's just no turning back. The only viable option is to either print a lot more money or cross our fingers that inflation bails us out and makes today's $37 trillion feel like tomorrow's spare change. The second, there's also political instability. The fact is, more countries are buying U.S. debt because they're concerned about the long-term value of the U.S. dollar, partly because of growing government debt, but also because of tariffs. In fact, according to a recent survey, 70% of investors said that they no longer want to invest in the dollar due to growing geopolitical risks, up from 31% a year ago. All of this is leading to some very interesting predictions as to what could happen next, with one of those being Bitcoin. In this case, the billionaire Tim Draper made the argument that Bitcoin is becoming a global safe haven as people start escaping flawed systems, with global adoption accelerating due to rising economic fear. He's also gone so far to say that software-based money is a better technology than government-issued currency, and predicted a tipping point starting as early as 2035. This is evidenced by the fact that recently 65% of investors say that they plan to buy or invest in digital assets in the future, which is a huge increase from the just 16% they currently own. Like, this has now become so impossible to ignore that half of financial advisors plan on recommending cryptocurrency investments to their clients within the next 12 months. Of course, critics of this argue that just because something has gone up a lot in the past doesn't mean that will continue. Bitcoin is not immune to drops in the market, and it could lose a significant amount of value. And long term, the dollar is still backed by the full faith and force of the U.S. government. But you also have to admit, falling interest rates impacts the value of the dollar by making it less effective for foreign investors. So with interest rates eventually positioned to be reduced for the next few years, it's more important than ever to understand exactly what's going to happen, the impact this is about to have on stock and home values, and then what you could do with your money starting today to give yourself the best chance possible of coming out ahead profitably. Although, beyond that, and what Jerome Powell just said as of a few hours ago, when it comes to cryptocurrency, here's what I found very interesting. Believe it or not, a recent study found that Gen Z is 4 times more likely to have crypto than a 401k. And that's not exactly surprising, given how the dollar has already fallen to its lowest level since 1973. All of this points to the fact that cryptocurrencies are gaining momentum and mainstream adoption is beginning to grow. And one of the best ways to capitalize on this is with our sponsor, the Gemini Credit Card. For those unaware, they're the only instant crypto reward credit card that gives you Bitcoin back every time you purchase. For example, you could get up to 4% back on transportation, 3% back on dining, 2% on groceries, and 1% back on everything else, which is incredible for a card with no annual fee. On top of that, they also allow you to pick from more than 50 other cryptocurrencies that you can switch to at any time, From my perspective, this is just an easy way to get rewards that aren't constantly going unused or getting devalued. And overall, Bitcoin rewards earned and held for 1 year on the Gemini credit card have actually appreciated 176% on average. This just makes it easy to gain a little exposure to Bitcoin without actually having to go and buy it yourself or try to time the market. Not to mention, this World Elite MasterCard comes in 4 stainless steel colors. You can get black, silver, rose gold, or Bitcoin orange. You can also check the description for more information on rates and fees and see if you're eligible with no impact to your credit score. So if you'd like to earn Bitcoin and select from more than 50 different options, sign up today at Gemini.com. In my own investing plan throughout the rest of the year, there is another topic that is impossible to ignore, and that would be the stock market. Here's the thing. Objectively, stocks have done extremely well this year. Like, despite the dip, the S&P 500 is already up over 7.
I wish there was an easier way to put your trading methods into practice. This man spoke gently, shared his truth, and balloons started popping one after the other.
And what's your name?
Dexter,
Dexter, how old are you?
35.
Very nice. Now, Dexter, what are some things like to do for fun?
I would say travel is like number one for me. In addition to that, content creation, and my new thing has been bartending.
Cool. Now, what are some things you look for in a woman?
I'm looking for my wife. Definitely looking for my God's daughters. Somebody that likes to have fun, somebody that I have a good time with, someone that's family oriented.
No business sitting down and talking with and evaluating the information from Ghislaine Maxwell. And then on top of it, they give her immunity. And basically they're saying, you can say anything you damn well please and it can't be used against you. So her credibility is about as low as it gets. But let's pile on top of that, Brian, the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was indicted for perjury previously in connection with allegations that she lied under oath in a 2016 deposition on questions as fundamental as, do you know anything about Jeffrey Epstein soliciting underage girls for sexual massages? Her answer under oath was, I have no idea what you're talking about. She was indicted for perjury. The only reason she wasn't tried for perjury is because the judge ordered that the perjury charge should be severed out, to be tried in a separate case from the sex trafficking conspiracy case in which she was convicted in New York. But it's hard to envision somebody with less credibility than Ghislaine Maxwell. And of course, on top of all that, I have every reason to believe that Ghislaine Maxwell probably spent, 9 hours or more telling Todd Blanche, Donald Trump is as pure as the driven snow. I have no information about crimes he committed with Jeffrey Epstein or anybody else for that matter. And then, of course, the next question from Ghislaine Maxwell and her lawyers would very likely be, can I have my presidential pardon now?
Right. And that was kind of my next question here is, we know that Ghislaine Maxwell is interested in pardon. We know from DOJ that they've given her this temporary immunity. Is there anything else that we can glean from this, or is that just the veneer of, okay, look, this is us being transparent, and we're admitting that we're giving her temporary immunity so that we can kind of get you off our backs if you ask the real question, which is, did we offer her something else on top of that?
Yeah. So the immunity thing is tricky because when prosecutors grant a witness or a defendant or somebody who might aspire to be a cooperating witness, that is a defendant who typically pleads guilty to their crimes in exchange for a reduced sentence or a reduced plea or some kind of a benefit from the prosecutors. Because, listen, if push comes to shove, we will give folks who committed crimes benefits, make them cooperating witnesses, if they can bring to the table evidence that we can then use in future prosecutions against bigger criminal fish.
Right.
But what we don't do is give somebody immunity so they can falsely help somebody get away with crimes, in the event that's what Ghislaine Maxwell is doing with respect to Donald Trump. This is the legal upside down in which we are living. So what the terms of the immunity typically are, and I've been involved in grants of immunity dozens and dozens of times in my 30 years as a federal prosecutor, usually what we do is we sit down with somebody like Maxwell, somebody who we believe has information about the crimes of others. And before we ever give them immunity, we require them to go through what's called a proffer session. Now, stick with me here. What's a proffer session? A proffer session involves us giving them what's called waiting for a day immunity. For that one session, we give them immunity and we say, listen, if you are 100% truthful with us, we will evaluate the information and evidence you're providing us under this one-day immunity letter agreement, and we will see if we can corroborate it with independent evidence so we can assess the credibility of what you're telling us. And if it turns out to be true and accurate and corroborated and useful in us going after bigger criminal fish, then we will strike a more permanent deal with you. That permanent deal may be a cooperation agreement where we reduce charges or reduce a sentence you're serving, or it may be full-blown immunity. I have no confidence that they've gone through the regular law enforcement and prosecutorial procedures before they rushed to sit down with Ghislaine Maxwell before her scheduled August 11th congressional testimony appearance. But the other thing people should know is that when we grant somebody immunity, nothing they say about their own crimes can be used against them, but it doesn't protect them from perjury. What do I mean by that? It means that if somebody sits down with the prosecutors under a grant of immunity and provides a bunch of information, and then they testify in the future in a way that's inconsistent, it's a lie, inconsistent with the information they provided during the immunity debriefings or discussions, they can be prosecuted for that future perjury. So here's what I'm trying to get at, and I feel like I'm giving the most convoluted explanation, of all. But if they sat down with Ghislaine Maxwell and they gave her this grant of immunity, and she said, Donald Trump did nothing wrong with Jeffrey Epstein, committed no crimes. That's the story she's locked into. That's her immunized story. What does that mean? It means she has to stick with that script. In other words, if she were to testify before Congress on August 11th and said, all right, I got to be straight with y'all, I do have information about crimes committed by Donald Trump, what would that do? It would contradict what she told Todd Blanche in these immunity conversations, and then she could be prosecuted for perjury. So this could very effectively lock her in to the story that she told Todd Blanche. Again, I'm betting it's Donald Trump did nothing wrong. Let's not forget, Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell's defense attorneys are friends, and we know that because Todd Blanche said so on the defense attorney's podcast previously. And the defense attorney, his name is David Oscar Marcus. Even before they sat down with Todd Blanche for this meeting, the defense attorney thanked Donald Trump for his transparency in trying to get to the bottom of all this. I mean, if that is not a signal that we're with you and we're ready to receive our pardon, I don't know what is.
Well, look, we're getting more and more information by the day in terms of what's going to unfold in this story. Sadly, to your exact point, the DOJ has already met with Maxwell, so they had the opportunity to get to her before Congress did with their August 11th deposition. So we'll see how that plays out. And, of course, if there was anything said during this immunized session that she's going to negate when she finally has that discussion with members of Congress in the Oversight Committee. So we will, of course, stay on top of all of this. For everybody watching, if you'd like to follow along, please make sure to subscribe to both of our channels. The links are right here on the screen. It's the best way to support our work, the best way to support independent media, and it's completely free. Again, we'll put them right here on the screen and also in the post description. I'm Brian Teller Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirshner.
You're watching A Legal Breakdown. Donald Trump hints he may pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, and the world responds by saying, pardon? this is just another day. This morning, Donald Trump headed to Scotland to take part in what presidential historians refer to as running away from your problems. But before boarding his plane to this non-private island, Donald Trump did all he could to shift the world's focus away from Epstein.
People should really focus on how well the country's doing, or they should focus on the fact that Barack Hussein Obama led a coup, or they should focus on the fact that Larry Summers from Harvard, that Bill Clinton, who you know very well, and lots of other friends, really close friends of Jeffrey Summers, should be spoken about.
Or you could focus on whatever the hell is going on with these chemtrails in the sky, or how Earth is supposedly round, yet all of the roads are flat. Or, if I'm the president and should be able to look at everything, how come I can't see my own dick?
Because, Jeffrey Epstein should be spoken about, and they should speak about them, because they don't talk about them. They talk about me. I have nothing to do with the guy.
Nothing to do with the guy? Look, there's no evidence that Donald Trump molested children, but nothing to do with the guy? If this were a Coldplay concert, you two would be on the kiss cam the entire time. Now, one of the reasons the Epstein scandal is still top of mind for everyone, besides the fact that Trump ran an entire campaign on exposing the truth and brought his Epstein-obsessed MAGA sycophants with him.
What names are in there, man?
Everyone wants to know, but your boss won't tell us, man. But besides that, for the second day in a row, Trump's former criminal defense attorney Todd Blanche met with Jeffrey Epstein's right-hand trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, who is currently serving a prison sentence in Florida. And to be clear, that's a real prison sentence, not to be confused with just living in Florida, which can feel like a prison sentence. Now, Ghislaine Maxwell is an immigrant who came to America and helped sex traffic minors, which, if I'm not mistaken, has been one of the top offenses this administration is rightfully trying to stomp out.
Our Homeland Security investigators are an agency that is a partnership with ICE that do the investigative work and specifically are the best in the world at going after traffickers. They go after them every day, and it doesn't matter what organization that I talk to, they say your HSI guys and gals are the best. They always are able to track down those who are trafficking individuals, find the ringleaders, and be able to rip that evil off by its head.
Wow, then it must be so frustrating for those evil head ripper-offers to hear their commander-in-chief hint at not just keeping one of those evil heads intact, but letting the entire body roam free.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if
It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it.
Not in the history of the universe has there ever been an easier layup than, will you pardon the dead pedophile's accomplice? I am shocked that Donald Trump simply can't say the word no, especially since it's been hurled at him by women so many times over the years. And unfortunately, Trump isn't the only one who thinks a pardon for Maxwell could be an interesting idea.
Who else is out there, Ghislaine? What do you got? What do you know? Who do you have it on? And if you do have this information and it's able to come forward, then maybe there could be a discussion about some kind of, I don't know.
This is Jack Pacibiak, known alt-right troll behind the not real Pizzagate pedophile ring, floating the idea of a pardon for the woman engaged in the actual pedophile ring. Heads up to anybody looking to buy jewelry, steer clear of Jack, because he can't tell the real rings from the fake ones. But while Donald Trump and his band of trolls think ruling out a pardon is just silly, others aren't even sure why Maxwell is being locked up in the first place.
I do have a feeling that she just might be a victim. She just might be. There was a rush to judgment. There was a lot of chaos there for a while. All right. Granted, she hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, and I know that's apparently not good.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. You know, the same way that hanging out with bin Laden could be considered less than ideal, or palling around with Hitler falls a bit flat. The shift in rhetoric on Maxwell, as well as the overall push to change the subject of Epstein entirely, is a purposeful effort by the president himself to alter the story being told about him and his presidency. He'll tell the media what to talk about, he'll dismiss any allegations, and still today, he'll simply lie outright.
No, I was never briefed.
Sure, Trump was never told he was on the Epstein list, the same way Charlie Kirk has never been asked to smile less. Rather than simply release the files on Epstein, which everyone in the world, including his base, wants, Donald Trump is dodging question after question and doing everything in his power to silence his critics, which the chair of Trump's FCC, Brendan Carr, openly admitted to today.
President Trump is fundamentally reshaping the media landscape, and the way he's doing that is when he ran for election, he ran directly at these legacy broadcast media outlets, ABC, NBC, CBS. For years, government officials just allowed those entities with execs sitting in Hollywood and New York to dictate the political narrative. And
yeah, for years, these coastal elites sat in their cushy chairs and instructed newsrooms to report facts when they should have been in the Midwest, sitting on milk crates, talking about what a peaceful assembly this was. But, you were saying?
I think it's time for a change, and the procedures that we put in place in this deal have lots of precedent. For instance, there have been ombudsmen put in place by the FCC before. We're putting a biased ombudsman in place here. We're addressing DEI. The prior FCC during the Biden years put pro-DEI commitments in different transactions, and so we're unwinding that type of approach. And we're frankly taking a trust but verified perspective here. I think this could go a long way to restoring America's trust in media.
That's right. Enough with the legacy media outlets of the past. It's time to restore that trust through new media journalists like DC Drano. We should be furious, but not shocked at Donald Trump's attempt to divert attention or sell Americans a bill of goods, because Trump's entire life has been about spin. His shitty steaks are actually terrific, his hats made overseas are actually the headwear of American-loving patriots, and his overpriced and underaccredited universities are actually top-tier educational institutions. And he has carried that relentless rebranding into his current term in office.
We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. 8 ex-Secretary of War, should we say Secretary? It used to be called Secretary of War. Maybe for a couple of weeks we'll call it that.
In a late-night post on his Truth social media platform, President Trump says he wants to rename Veterans Day, the federal holiday which currently honors all veterans who served in the U.S. military. He now wants November 11th to be called Victory Day for World War I, and he wants to make May 8th Victory Day for World War II.
Great call. I think everyone is sick and tired of America's veterans getting their own holiday. And while all of this spin is a joke, what's deadly serious is the fact that Donald Trump is now using the power of the federal government to make people forget that he was super tight with a pedophile. And that's what this is all about. But Trump isn't just silencing the media by bashing them, he is literally fining them. Which is a bit odd considering Donald Trump and the Republicans stake their entire reputation on this concept of free speech.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
As long as that speech favors you. My God, for a man with so much skin, it is surprising how thin that skin actually is. Once again, we are witnessing a democratically elected president of the United States behave like a dictator, and his most ardent followers are in complete lockstep with his actions. It is alarming, it is tragic, and it is truly fucked up. Or, to put it another way, apparently not good. Before you go, if you enjoyed this content and you want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button will be right here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we are now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media platforms to suppress certain voices if they don't like political coverage. That means my longevity here is in the hands of billionaires who are already making it clear that they are willing to cater to this administration. To that end, signing up for my newsletter is me appreciated directly if that ever becomes necessary. I'll put the link right here on the screen as well, so please sign up. It's free, but there's also an option to do a paid subscription if you'd like to support me and my team. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for watching. I'm joined now by Congressman Jamie Raskin. Congressman, this is the episode that I feel like the internet has been waiting for. If I had $1 for every time that somebody online has said America's not a democracy, it's a republic, I feel like I would own my own space company right now. Which brings us to what I think is the most highly anticipated episode of Class with Jamie Raskin, which is our hugely successful series where the congressman debunks right-wing constitutional fallacies and fever dreams, where today he's going to take on this notion that America isn't a democracy, but a constitutional republic. Congressman, take it away.
Well, Brian, it's great to be with you. I've got to say, I've just returned from the road. I've been campaigning out west. I've been to Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, Colorado, California. I'm seeing a lot of your fans out there and a lot of fans of our constitutional class together. So I think you have identified an audience for serious constitutional conversation. You tell me that there's a lot of anticipation for this one. In some sense, this is the easiest fallacy of all to debunk because it's simply a rhetorical device or trick. MAGA Republicans say America is not a democracy. America is a republic. And they think they have struck some kind of knockout blow against everything that we're fighting for in America, and in fact they've not. A republic is just a representative democracy. Okay? A republic is just a democracy that's so big we can't fit everybody into the U.S. House of Representatives. We can't fit everybody into the state legislature or everybody into the school board. So we've delegated decision-making to our representatives, who are supposed to use some combination of their own wisdom and insight, the will of the people, and what the people want them to do, in order to vindicate the public interest. Now, we began as a slave republic of Christian white male property owners over the age of 21. This is true. But if you look at the whole history and evolution of our Constitution, you will see that we have changed dramatically in the direction of greater democracy. So bear with me for a second, and I'm going to tell you how our slave republic has become something much more like a strong democratic republic, although we clearly have a ways to go, and I'll finish by talking about that. Now look, the 13th Amendment to the Constitution banned slavery in the Civil War period. The 14th Amendment gave us equal protection and due process against the state governments in order to enlarge the meaning of democratic citizenship and participation. The 14th Amendment also established that anybody who's born in the United States is a citizen of the United States and of the state in which he or she is born. The 15th Amendment banned race discrimination in voting, and at least theoretically opened up the franchise, the suffrage, so that the former enslaved people could participate. And it did work like that for a while during the Reconstruction period, and then of course it was taken away through a series of disenfranchising tactics like the grandfather clause, the poll tax, the literacy test, Ku Klux Klan violence, and other mechanisms for closing off the franchise. And a lot of the rhetoric then, of course, was, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. And what they meant by that was there were certain people that the so-called redeemers, the former slave masters and racists in the southern states, didn't want participating, and so they wanted to try to restrict the franchise again. But to be very clear, the 15th Amendment at the constitutional level banned race discrimination in voting. The 17th Amendment in 1913 then shifted the form of election of United States senators from the legislature choosing the senators to the people choosing the senators. Another democratic move, like dismantling the race restriction on voting. The 19th Amendment, then in 1920, doubled the franchise in America by giving women the right to participate as voters at every level of government. And of course, a bunch of states had done that before by state law changes or by state constitutional changes, but it was in the 19th Amendment that we nationalized it, and we said that all women could participate in the right to vote after great agitation by the suffragettes who put that on the national agenda and refused to let go The 23rd Amendment in 1961 gave people who live in the nation's capital in Washington, D.C., the right to participate at least in presidential elections and to have electoral college votes, although no more electoral college votes than whatever the smallest state would have. And the D.C. has had, since that time, beginning with the 1964 presidential election, 3 electors cast in every presidential election. And as you know, people in Washington, D.C. remain disenfranchised and locked out of Congress, and yet won the right to vote through that expansion in the 23rd Amendment. The 24th Amendment banned poll taxes in federal elections, poll taxes being used as a way to exclude people who didn't have wealth, disproportionately African American and racial minorities, but also whites who didn't have the money to pay $1 or $1.50. 2 years later, in 1966, in a case called Harper versus Virginia Board of Elections, the Supreme Court struck down poll taxes also in state elections, even though the 24th Amendment on its terms applies only to federal elections. And it was argued vociferously by Virginia that we are not a democracy, we're a republic, and the 24th Amendment applies only to federal elections, which would indicate the intention of the framers of the 24th Amendment to allow poll taxes in state elections. And it was very interesting that Justice Douglas in the majority of the case said, no, the addition of the 24th Amendment interacted with 14th Amendment equal protection to transform the meaning of the Constitution to say that wealth could never be a bar to participation in voting. And so the 24th Amendment and Harper versus Virginia Board of Elections, 2 years later, in 1966, together abolished poll taxes for people going to the polls to vote. The 26th Amendment lowered the voting age in America to 18. So you can see the vast majority of the 17 constitutional amendments we've had since the original Bill of Rights have been democratizing amendments. They've been amendments that have moved us much closer to the vision of our last great Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, who spoke of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The whole movement of American democracy in constitutional terms and in terms of historical practice has been towards a much more robust democracy, a much stronger democracy. So when people say we're not a democracy, we're a republic, what they're really saying is we want to retrench, we want to go backwards, we want to turn the clock back. And of course, we are in a titanic struggle today about whether we are actually going to be a strong democracy or not. Some of those struggles are purely at the political and statutory and administrative level. For example, when states across the Union took up the invitation of the right-wing court in carving up the Voting Rights Act in Shelby County versus Holder in 2013 and began passing voter suppression laws across the country, that wasn't some kind of constitutional compulsion that required them to do that. The state legislatures controlled by the Republicans were trying to make it more difficult for people to register to vote. They were trying to make it more difficult for people to vote by creating photo ID laws, by saying in some states you cannot use your college student ID, but you can use your hunter's license and so on. All of these are attempts to try to micromanage and gerrymander the electorate instead of just giving all of the qualified people the right to vote in the country. The gerrymandering of our federal and state legislative districts is just like that. That's an attempt to nullify and vaporize the meaning of people's votes. And the Republicans have done it across the country. I just got back from visiting my friend Anderson Clayton, the great new chair of the North Carolina State Party. I think she's only 26 years old, but she's leading a remarkable effort. They are to defeat the right-wing MAGA and Nazi candidates for public office in North Carolina in 2024. But in any event, that's a state that you could say in some kind of reasonable, objective way is a 50-50 state divided between Democrats and Republicans. I think the Democrats are going to win statewide. We're certainly going to defeat this self-avowed Nazi candidate running for governor on the Republican ticket this time. I believe that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to win in North Carolina. But okay, call it a 50-50 state. Well, look what happens in the congressional districting, where we've been gerrymandered into oblivion. We're expecting 10 Republicans and 4 Democrats to come to the U.S. House of Representatives. The state legislature has huge lopsided Republican advantages. Why? When you have a state that's 50% Democrat and 50% Republican, it's because they have been able to gerrymander themselves every 10 years into greater and greater defensive encampments where we cannot overthrow their control of the gerrymandering machinery. A sixth grader could do this. If you give a sixth grader the right computer technology and say, draw me a 50-50 state in a way that the Republicans control the legislature with a super majority and then can keep carving themselves up into a super majority so they can then dictate the Republican majority in the House delegation, a sixth grader could do it, which means the Republicans can do it, and they have been doing it to us across the South. It's the same story in Texas. It's the same story in Florida. They are enlarging, amplifying, inflating their own political voice, which is an old trick of the reactionaries in America. I mean, that's the story of the Three-Fifths Compromise. The slave masters said, well, we're not going to allow the enslaved people to vote. We're not going to allow them to run for office, but we want to count them for the purposes of census and reapportionment. Why? To inflate the size and therefore the representation of the Southern vote. And the northern states were saying, wait a second, if you're not allowing these human beings to vote and to participate, they can't run for office. Why should they count at all? They shouldn't count at all. And that's how they arrived at the Three-Fifths Compromise. You know, we had more than a dozen new members of the House of Representatives in that first census and reapportionment in 1800 that went to the slave states to inflate the slave power, again, on the backs of the enslaved people who had no voting participation and no right to run for office, of course. And nonetheless, their very existence helped to build the power of the slave states. And 4 out of our 5 first presidents were slave masters from Virginia who brought enslaved people with them into the presidency. And the vast majority of the first 10 presidents were also slave masters because of that particular trick. Well, today we've got gerrymandering as the trick, and we're still living with some constitutional mechanisms of anti-democratic exclusion. We're still living with the Electoral College. This is an institution whose practice has meant that we have had 5 popular vote losers in our history, twice in this century alone, in 2000 and 2016. It marginalizes the vast majority of Americans. Everybody knows now that this election is going to come down to a handful of states: Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan, and Nevada. The states where we've been going to campaign because we have to do it because that's the system we're in. But it means the vast majority of Americans who live in safe blue states like California or New York or Massachusetts or Maryland, or safe red states like Alaska or North Dakota or South Dakota, or Idaho, don't see any presidential campaign going on. No offices set up, no visits by the candidates unless it's to come and raid the states for money. We find it hard even to get campaign signs in Maryland sent to us by the national Democratic campaigns because they are making the strategic and pretty much unassailable decision to save the signs for the swing states. It's going to mean a lot more to put them up in Pennsylvania than it is in Maryland, and so we have to go out and make our own signs, which we've done gladly. But you see the basic dynamic there. Is it because Nevada and Arizona and Michigan and Pennsylvania are representative of everybody else, or we've delegated the decision to them formally? No. It's simply because they have roughly equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats. That's just an irrational way to conduct a presidential election. How about it's time for us to elect the president the way we elect governors and mayors and representatives and senators and everybody else? Whoever gets the most votes wins, instead of this Byzantine, arcane, and obsolescent process, which these days can get you killed, as it almost did on January 6, 2021, as a strategic bad faith actor like Donald Trump, a corrupt would-be dictator and autocrat, attempted to use the joint session of Congress called for under the 12th Amendment in the Electoral College as an opportunity to try to upset the whole table and get his vice president simply to declare him president of the United States. Nearly got Mike Pence killed as they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence," and he had to flee the building. So we still have anti-democratic practices and mechanisms that are taking place. We are struggling to overcome those. And we are struggling to make sure that the constitutional processes that we've fought for in the past that exist are used to make us a more perfect union, which means a more democratic nation, right? We've admitted 37 states since the original 13, which means that nearly 3/4 of the states, 74% of the states, have been admitted since the original 13. Well, how about it's time for statehood for the people of Washington, D.C.? How about it's time for statehood for 3.5 million Americans living in Puerto Rico? We've got to get the engines of democratic expansion and change moving again. Tocqueville said in Democracy in America that he observed that voting rights and democracy in our country were either shrinking and shriveling away or expanding. And we've got to get back on the growth path. So when we say we're defending democracy in America in this election, we are defending also the movement of democracy in America. It's an unfinished project. It's a process always in motion. So when they say, someone says, we're not a democracy or a republic, what they're trying to tell you is they want to eliminate someone's voting rights. They want to prevent democracy in America. And this is a struggle that goes back to the beginning of the republic and that will continue into the future days of the strong democracy that we're becoming.
Now, I've got questions, of course, but first, just a quick note. We always try to use the opportunity for these classes to promote a good cause. So a public service announcement, if you will, to get your ballots in early. If you live in a state or a district where you have the opportunity to vote by mail or to vote in person early, do that early because the campaigns know whether you voted. They don't know who you voted for, but they know whether you voted. And so going in and voting early, submitting your mail ballots early, allows those campaigns to free up their resources for somebody who may actually be undecided, who may actually be on the fence as to whether they're going to cast their ballot at all. And so if you know you're going to vote, which I'm assuming most of the people watching this series do, then do yourself a favor, do the campaign a favor, and get your ballot in right away so that, again, they can use their limited resources, their money, their personnel, to focus their attention on the people that actually need that extra push. Congressman, I know you wanted to say something about this as well.
Yeah, no, but I just want to echo that completely, Brian. I mean, we tell our people, and I would consider the people watching this series our people because they are champions and activists of democracy, to vote early if your state permits it, vote by mail if you've made arrangements to do that and your state permits it, because then it frees you up on election day to go out and organize and get other people who may not have been as passionately engaged yet out to the polls and to make sure that they vote.
Now, getting to the questions here for posterity, so that we have a nice clippable moment from this in the event that somebody does echo the usual refrain. Is a constitutional republic a form of democracy?
Yeah, it is. It's a representative democracy. Look, the Constitution says that Congress shall guarantee to the people of the states a Republican form of government. And I will hasten to say that doesn't mean a Republican Party form of government. That's the way Donald Trump would like people to think of it. But a Republican form of government, meaning a representative form of government. No kings and queens and dictators, no nobles. And we've talked about how we have an anti-monarchical constitution. We also have an anti-insurrectionary constitution. But we are a democratic republic, meaning we have rule of, by, and for the people. And the way that we, the people, exercise that power is through our representatives. Not everybody can go and be a president of the United States or a U.S. senator or a representative or even a school board member or a state legislator. We take turns doing it. Well, life has to go on, but we delegate to our leaders the responsibility of acting in the public interest, as opposed to acting in their own private interest. So the same people who say, we're not a democracy, we're just a republic, they're the ones defending monarchs, would-be monarchs and kleptocrats like Donald Trump getting in. Donald Trump is not interested in using the government as an instrument for the public interest to become good. He's interested in using the government as an opportunity for private self-enrichment, for private money-making. It's totally antithetical to the vision of our founders and what our entire history stands for. The government has got to be an instrument for advancing the well-being of all the people, not the private, selfish interest of the guy who gets in and his family.
Why do you believe at this time that MAGA Republicans are so desperate to convey this idea that we are expressly not a democracy?
Well, that's a great question, Brian. The reason they're so emphatic on this point is because they think that it will excuse every manner of electoral mischief and corruption. There's been a transformation, not just in the Constitution itself, but also in terms of constitutional jurisprudence, right? The Supreme Court, in a series of cases in the 1960s, articulated the doctrine of one person, one vote, right? Reynolds versus Sims said one person, one vote means there have to be equally apportioned state legislative districts. Westbury versus Sanders extended that principle to U.S. House districts, where we need to have almost mathematical exactitude in terms of the number of people in each district, on the theory that representatives represent people and not territory or factories or trees. People represent, representatives represent people, human beings. And so those cases were very strong in terms of deepening the meaning of democracy in America. Now, the right-wing Republicans, who now represent a minority party and a shrinking minority party, want to try to concoct any doctrines they can that will allow for dismissal of the popular vote and dilution of the popular vote. And that's why the right-wing Supreme Court has upheld gerrymandering. It's why they've been very loose about allowing states to impose voter suppression tactics. And it's why we get outrageous decisions like Bush versus Gore in 2000, when the Supreme Court actually intervened in the manual counting of ballots for the first time in American history to stop the counting of ballots in a presidential election, simply because they liked where the result was, with George Bush ahead by 500 votes. So they overrode federalism, they overrode state law, they overrode the state constitution, and they overrode the principle of one person, one vote, just to freeze the frame and say George Bush was going to win. And so those who say we're not a democracy, we're a republic, are basically saying the Supreme Court does not have to implement democratic values of making sure that everybody can vote, every vote is counted, and the popular will is vindicated. Instead, we're going to allow particular judicial or administrative or political interventions in order to accomplish a particular result. And Brian, that's what I'm most afraid of in this election. When I'm out there campaigning, I'm seeing a huge popular majority forming for the Democratic ticket, the ticket of the democracy. But what I'm afraid of is that we will win the election, and we have to defend the election, and they're going to try to find a way to make believe something else happened.
Does it strike you as antithetical to Republicans' own branding that so many of these self-proclaimed patriots, these Republicans, are so quick to outright dismiss the very concept of democracy? Or is that the inherent contradiction of their branding?
I think it is. We have to put on two caps, okay? One cap is a partisan cap, all right? That we support our party and the political program it's advancing. If you've got one. I know we've got one on the Democratic side. I don't know what the program is on the other side other than to reinstall and re-enthrone Donald Trump.
Allegiance to the God King, yeah.
And that's one cap, that's our party cap. But then we have to put on the cap of constitutional patriotism, where we support our system of government. This is why, to me, Liz Cheney is such an important figure, because she's not removed her party cap. She still says she believes in everything she's always believed in, but she needs to put on the cap of the constitutional patriot right now, because Donald Trump and the MAGA party are such a threat to all of our constitutional values and all of our constitutional processes. They proved that on January 6th, 2021. They were willing to overthrow an election that Joe Biden had won by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College, simply because they refused to think like constitutional patriots. They could only think about getting their party to win. That's why we're in such a dangerous situation right now.
You had alluded to this before, but I want to dig into this just a quick moment here. To what extent does the anti-democratic nature of our system of government, be it the Electoral College, the inherent Republican advantage in the U.S. Senate, to what extent does that lend itself to Republicans' growing disdain for democracy?
Well, we still contain undemocratic features from the original Constitution. I think you've identified the two principal ones. The Electoral College, which is not strictly speaking organized along lines of democracy, and the U.S. Senate. On the other hand, as I've been trying to argue, the whole sweep of American political and constitutional history has been to become a greater and stronger democracy, and to become a more perfect union by moving away from these anti-democratic filters towards real rule by the people. And that doesn't mean that that minorities and individuals are in danger. On the contrary, we are standing up equally strongly for individual freedom and individual rights. And that's why we need courts who are willing to defend the rights and the freedoms of the people, including voting rights of the people. What we have to fear is anti-democratic forms of government that are rivals to American constitutional democracy. That's what theocracy is, right? We've got the religious truth, say the theocrats, and we are going to organize society around a theocratic truth. That's what the Christian white nationalists want to do in Project 2025. They want to organize society around the rule of church leaders and church elders and theocrats who will propound theological truths that everybody's got to accept. Now, of course, that collides directly, as we've discussed in this series, with the Establishment Clause, with the Free Exercise Clause, with the clause that says there shall be no religious tests for public office. But that's a rival to democracy, right? Theocracy. Another one is kleptocracy, that the government belongs to the guy who can get in and steal as much as possible. That's a Trumpian form of government. He has run roughshod over the Foreign Government Emoluments Clause, as we've discussed, and the Domestic Government Emoluments Clause. The role of the president is to seek the public good and to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. And what that meant, the founders told us, is the guy who gets in, the woman who gets in, cannot be collecting presents, emoluments, meaning payments, offices, or titles of any kind whatever from foreign states and kings and princes. And yet that's exactly what Donald Trump did when he was in office. He pocketed millions and millions of dollars from foreign states like China and Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Indonesia and so on. And then also, the president is limited to his salary in office. That's what the domestic emoluments clause says. The president gets his or her salary and cannot take any other money. And yet, when Trump was in, again, millions of dollars directed from the U.S. government to the Trump hotels and golf courses through the Secret Service, through the White House, through the Commerce Department. And the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee are about to release a report detailing the receipts we've been able to get. And of course, Chairman Comer, in his wisdom, has been doing everything he can to obstruct our access to that information under the Mazars case. Well, look, that was the whole vision of the framers, that you wouldn't put in a monarch or a kleptocrat, a plutocrat. You put in somebody who's going to serve the public interest. So there have been a lot of rivals to democracy. I concede that cheerfully, that there have been people who wanted a theocracy, who wanted plutocracy, who wanted an autocracy, who want dictatorship. Donald Trump says he will be a dictator on day one. He's not hiding that, and we're not hiding the fact that we're standing up for constitutional democracy against his agenda.
Perfectly put, and just to underscore, if there's ever been a more vocal champion for democracy, Congressman, it's you here. So, with that said, what can we look out for in the next episode of Class?
Well, hey, Brian, first of all, thank you for your kind words. There, of course, have been far greater champions of democracy and democratic freedom than me in our history, beginning with the great Tom Paine and Ben Franklin and Frederick Douglass and Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony. We've had great champions of democracy. We've got to keep the spirit of democracy and democratic freedom alive in the country and resist all of the propaganda and dogma about how we're not democracy. Abraham Lincoln talked about how we're a democracy. The Supreme Court has talked about the democratic features in our life, but the people centrally and our movements have struggled to create a more perfect union, which means to make us a deeper and stronger democracy than we've ever been. What we're going to look at next time is another interesting fight we're having, and a fallacy at the center of it. And the fallacy is that Congress cannot delegate power to administrative agencies to implement the legislative mandates of Congress. And we're going to look at this new attempt to disable the agencies, and a concomitant fallacy that the Supreme Court should be able to yank back all of the policy choices that Congress has committed to the executive branch for the Supreme Court to decide in its reactionary, neo-monarchical wisdom today.
And of course, we're in the midst of watching that take place right now. So to watch that episode as soon as it's out, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. The link to subscribe is right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. I'm Brian Teller Cohen.
And I'm Jamie Raskin. And everybody, I don't know if we're going to meet again before the election. Stand strong for democracy and freedom in America. Hang tough, everybody.
And this is Class with Jamie Raskin.
I am joined by two of the best people in politics. And I mean that in both the sense of they are two of the most important people, two of the most knowledgeable people, but they're also just two of the best people. They are two of the real good guys fighting for democracy every day. Jamie Raskin really needs no introduction. He is a member of Congress and also a constitutional law professor. So you get both an expert analysis on what the hell is going on in Congress, but you also get an expert in the U.S. Constitution. since being sworn in 2017, he is become the leading defender of democracy and voting rights in Congress. If there is something happening that is pro-democracy in the halls of Congress, Jamie Raskin is leading it. He was also the lead impeachment manager for Donald Trump's second impeachment and served on the House Select Committee on the January 6th attack. Brian Tyler Coe, who is going to be our moderator and host for this evening. Brian is a good friend. He is a progressive journalist and content creator with more than 7 million subscribers across all social media platforms. So without more further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Brian to lead us through.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. It is an absolute honor to be here with both of you. You could not find bigger heroes for democracy than the two of you. So we'll have more to say on that, but thank you so much on behalf of everybody who's watching right now and who's going to watch this when it's put online later. Thank you for the work that you both are doing. Okay, so let's get right into this, because I know that there are a lot of issues that we're contending with right now as it relates to threats to democracy around the certification of this election. But most immediately, I want to talk about what Donald Trump previewed when he was on stage at Madison Square Garden, and that was this idea that he has a little secret that he'll only unveil after the election. Of course, the obvious suggestion here is that he's going to engage in some scheme along with Mike Johnson to refuse to certify the electors in hopes that it will be kicked into a contingent election where House delegations will decide. But I want to ask right off the bat, can Donald Trump succeed at this effort not to certify the election? And if the answer is no, can you walk us through the process for how it won't succeed?
Sure. I'll jump in first with the process, and then I will let the congressman weigh in, both because he's a better constitutional lawyer than I am, and he spends an unfortunate amount of time with the speaker, and I am unburdened by that. First, for people who didn't see it, he suggested, sort of nodding and pointing at Speaker Johnson, that they had some secret. I think that Donald Trump is, not at the mental acuity to probably have a secret, and if he does have a secret, it's probably a dumb secret. So I don't want people to be overly worried. I do think that Donald Trump is more desperate than he was in 2020, and he was pretty desperate in 2020. Remember, he has been convicted, not just charged, but convicted of at least one set of crimes in New York for which he was awaiting sentencing, which could lead to a term of imprisonment. He faces other indictments, and he views the path to his personal liberty as running through, of all things, winning the presidency of the United States. The fact that the Republican Party seems to be going along with that, or not seems to be, but is a race that speaks volumes about the moral bankruptcy of the Republican Party. But I think that Trump looks out at the landscape right now. He's being told by his pollsters and by other people around his campaign that he may very well lose this election, and he is prepared to do whatever it takes to stay in power. And if that means subverting the outcome, he will do that. Now, that is baked in the cake, right? The Republican Party has built a voter suppression war machine. They have prepared to try to undermine certification at the state, at the county level, and the state level. We've seen that. There's been litigation. They've been losing these cases, and I think that in the post-election, we can assume that if that's what it comes to, that's what they'll try to do again, as they tried in 2020 and failed. They tried in 2022 and failed, and they'll try in 2024 and fail. The first step will be to try to prevent counties from certifying election results, then trying to prevent states from certifying election results. The good news I have for folks is that the courts have been pretty uniform, or not pretty, they have been completely uniform in rejecting these efforts. And I have every expectation that lawyers like me and others will go to court and continue to beat back these efforts to subvert the election results. So what do they do next? Well, then they try to get, in more desperate efforts, they try to get the courts to throw out votes. And this is where Mike Johnson comes in, and where I want to sort of hand this over to the congressman. Because in 2020, the federal elected official most responsible for January 6th, other than Donald Trump, was Mike Johnson. Now, that's not me saying sour grapes now that he's been elected speaker. I said this about Mike Johnson before I knew who the hell Mike Johnson was, when he was just an obscure congressman from Louisiana, because he led the effort to get House Republicans, at a time where there was disorganization in their conference, he led the effort to organize them in December of 2020 to all sign onto a brief in the U.S. Supreme Court to throw out the election results in 4 states. Okay, so this Louisiana congressman says basically he's coordinating with the Trump campaign and Donald Trump, and he wants the House Republicans to unite behind this idea, first to go to court and throw out the election results. When that fails, and it does fail, he then is instrumental in rallying them behind trying to prevent certification in the halls of Congress on the night of January 6th. Now that fails. So is it any surprise that Donald Trump thinks he has a secret? It is not really a secret, right? It's like the game plan they tried in 2020, and he wants to try it again. There are lots of reasons why that's not going to succeed, none the least of which that the Electoral Count Reform Act has made it harder for that. Congress has passed a new law that makes it harder for that to achieve. It's also not going to be able to achieve because Hakeem Jeffries is going to be the Speaker on January 6th. Well, on January 3rd, the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate will reorganize, and the new members of the Congress will vote and elect a new Speaker, and I have every expectation that in addition to Chuck Schumer being back as the majority leader in the U.S. Senate, Hakeem Jeffries will be leading the House Democrats and the House as Speaker, and therefore people have nothing to worry about. So with that, Congressman, you can offer a more expert inside analysis and probably a more expert constitutional analysis.
Mark, it's a great pleasure to be with you and my friend Brian Tyler Cohen on the eve of this the most momentous of all elections, and thanks to all of our thousands of friends from across the country for tuning in here. Look, I was hoping that the big secret was going to be that Donald Trump's ridiculous foray into politics will be announced as a big fraud, a big con, and he was just kidding, and he's going to get out of politics and let us resume American history without him. But I'm afraid, no, it's far more likely that the little secret they've got is the same secret he was dropping breadcrumbs about back in 2020. Remember when he said to Jeffrey Clark, his erstwhile Attorney General, who I think still claims he was Attorney General for a while, that, just I want you to get in there to declare that the election was a fraud or election was corrupt, and then leave it to me and my friends in the House, by which he meant at that point Jim Jordan. It looks like his little friend in the House now is Mike Johnson. But the idea is to somehow claim that there's something wrong with the election, there's no majority in the Electoral College, and then, according to the terms of the 12th Amendment, the House of Representatives must immediately resolve into a contingent election. And now, why did they want a contingent election in 2020 when Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats were in charge? Well, they understood that in a contingent election under the 12th Amendment, we don't vote according to one member, one vote, the way we usually vote in the House. We vote in a contingent election according to one state, one vote. And there, the Republicans knew that they had 27 states where they had a majority. The Democrats had 22, and there was one state, Pennsylvania, which was split down the middle 9-9. So their votes would have been essentially nullified immediately, even had Liz Cheney, as the sole at-large representative from Wyoming, gone with the Democrats to stand up for the actual winner in the race, which was Joe Biden, who had won by more than 7 million votes in the popular vote, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. They still would have had that 26 vote majority. Now, we don't know, since it's the new House of Representatives that would be voting, exactly where they will be, but I'm with Mark Elias that in the actual House, we're going to have a majority. The Democrats are going to have a majority. Hakeem Jeffries will be in. But it's quite possible that the Republicans would still have a majority in the state delegations, where they indeed have a lead now, just because of the distribution of the population. And of course, the smaller, more rural populous states have been trending Republican, of course. So I think that the big trick that he's alluding to is the trick of somehow trying to force it into a contingent election. Now, Mark mentioned that the new House of Representatives is seated on January 3rd. We get sworn in 3 days before January 6th. And so there is speculation, that the Republicans might try to pull a rabbit out of a hat or throw a monkey wrench into the proceedings on January 3rd to actually deny seats to members of the House who actually have won election and who've been certified by their state's election authorities. This has not been done before. The House has traditionally just accepted the certification of the victors in House elections that have been sent in by the states, but we know that Trump's party no longer operates like a democracy party. It operates like an authoritarian cult of personality where anything goes. And we know one of the hallmark characteristics of an authoritarian or a fascist political party is they don't accept the outcome of democratic elections that don't go their way. And as we've seen, they're perfectly willing to condone or to refuse to disavow political violence as an instrument for obtaining power. So we just have to make sure that we are protecting not just the presidential election, and thank God we've got the best lawyers in the country with Mark Elias working on that, but we also have to make sure that we are defending the election of the U.S. House as well against any corruption or shenanigans that the MAGA party will try to throw at us, because the two are intertwined constitutionally if you check out the terms of the 12th Amendment.
Okay, so let's take this question now. With regard to the Electoral Count Reform Act, the newly reformed Electoral Count Act from prior, what thresholds have to be met in order to have this this decision get thrown into a contingent election?
Okay, so a contingent election is triggered if there is not a majority in the Electoral College. So traditionally that's been if there have been multiple candidates, and that's when it's really happened in American history. But one of the fraudulent pretenses I think they were trying to cook up in 2020 was this phony return of the certificates of ascertainment to the states, on the theory that there were still people in the state legislatures complaining, or there were these counterfeit rival electoral college slates, and there they would have declared that there was no majority in the electoral college. I mean, it raises complex questions about whether then those electoral votes were actually cast or not. But in any event, all of that was an attempt to lead up to kicking the election into the House for the contingent election. The rules have been changed in a number of ways. One of them is we've simply clarified that the vice president doesn't have the unilateral authority to somehow nullify electoral college votes or return electoral college votes. Nobody ever thought that seriously, and of course Mike Pence refused to go along with that phony claim. We've made it more difficult to file an objection. Before, in the old days, it was one member of the House, one member of the Senate, and then that would trigger the vote, and the House and Senate have to resolve into separate proceedings in order to consider an objection at that point and vote on it. So that process has been made more difficult with the increase of the percentage of members who have to vote on that. Still, of course, the MAGA party operates as a bloc, and presumably they could overcome the new percentages. But the real thing is that as long as the certificates of ascertainment are not messed with, and they come in, okay, and as long as we're able to seat the members of the House and the Senate, then I think we will be able to defend against any form of mischief that arises. We certainly are going to be much safer against the violence. We're not going to have Donald Trump in the office inciting insurrectionary violence and then sitting on his hands or munching hamburgers and French fries, watching the proceedings on TV as Congress gets overrun by Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and other violence seekers. We have Joe Biden there, so he would obviously call the National Guard in a situation like that. But we're going to have, this has already been declared to be a national security event, so we're going to have much better security to begin with. We're going to have non-scalable fencing and so on. So I think that we're going to do much better in terms of protecting the proceedings on January 6th. I hope that January 3rd will go the same way. We're counting on Mark Elias and the great teams of lawyers we have around the country to prevent the certification process from being defeated and thwarted in different ways earlier on. I don't think that we're going to be in a much better position to stop them on January 6th if that's their plan. I'm much more worried about what they're going to do to try to throw monkey wrenches in earlier in the process at the precinct level, at the county level, and at the state level.
And that was my exact question.
Let me just add real briefly. Look, I think that the Electoral Count Reform Act does a few things that I think are very helpful. Number one, it makes clear state legislatures can't change the method of allocating their electors after the election takes place, which means that the whole nonsense that the state legislatures are going to, after the election's over, replace the outcome with their own outcome, that's now off the table. The other thing is that even in 2020, with a few, with some governors that were, more friendly to Donald Trump, there was no Republican governor who refused to sign a certificate of ascertainment. And there really aren't, with the exception of Brian Kemp in Georgia, there aren't really Republican governors in any state, any swing state. And so I think the chances that a state does not send a certificate of ascertainment reflecting the winner, I think are dramatically less than even in 2020. And assuming that's the case, there is, I think, a lot less mischief that the House can make. I do, or the Congress as a whole can make. I do agree that, where we need to be, where I think people need to be focused is first and foremost in making sure that they vote, right? Because ultimately at the end of the day, the numbers are going to be the numbers. And so if people make a plan to vote and they show up and vote and they vote, that is going to be the single most important thing. The second is to make sure in the days after the election, when Donald Trump is falsely claiming victory, saying that he won when he hasn't. I mean, Donald Trump lies about everything, so he'll lie about this. When he says he's won, people just need to tune out the nonsense, because it is just nonsense. And there may be a period in which there is uncertainty, but honestly, there's been periods of uncertainty after the elections for many years. It's just people get more anxious about them now. There will be lawyers making sure that every vote counts and the like. But I have a lot of confidence that we have learned a lot from 2020. Let's not forget that Donald Trump tried to subvert the election results in a lot of different ways in 2020, and he failed. And we've learned a lot from that. And so I think if people vote, they should have confidence that the process will almost certainly sort itself out okay.
Our next question is there any way that Joe Biden could avail himself of any presidential powers newly imbued by the Supreme Court? So if he needs to, at any point, is there anything that we should or could expect Joe Biden to do now that the Supreme Court has basically said that anything is permissible by a president so long as it falls under the official acts umbrella?
So look, this is the thing that I both love about being a Democrat, and we all need to recognize, which is that Democrats are not a lawless party. Like we don't elect people for president on a platform that because they have immunity, they will commit what would otherwise be criminal acts. Joe Biden is a good and decent man. Like Joe Biden is not going to do the things that Donald Trump would do. So there is an asymmetry to this. And rather than lamenting the asymmetry on the part of Democrats, I think we need to recognize the absolute abnormality of the circumstance we're in that this asymmetry exists entirely on the Republican side. It was not that long ago where it would have been unthinkable for any president to avail themselves of the need for immunity to commit crimes, right? It would have been unthinkable, to think that a president would incite an insurrection in the nation's capital. And, I'm struck, Congressman, by, the changes made in the Electoral Count Reform Act. the theory of the objections was that members of the House and Senate were serious people, and they were not going to interpose objections. Even a small number of them would not interpose objections to the outcome of an election simply to curry favor with a candidate of their own party. And so, do I think that Joe Biden is going to turn into a criminal because he can, because of this report? No, and he shouldn't, right? Like, that's just not the way democracy can function. I have a lot less confidence that Republicans will abide by their oaths of office and do the same thing, which is, of course, the reason why we're in this predicament with Donald Trump to begin with. But Congressman, you tell me.
Well, no, I think you said it perfectly, Mark. Different people have suggested that, which is a sign of people's extreme anxiety about what Donald Trump will do, knowing that he is an utterly authoritarian and fascist to the core personality, as his former chief of staff said, and as Mark Milley, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said about the guy. But that's not who we are. And we are playing every kind of political hardball we must. We are mobilizing the greatest lawyers in the country to defeat all of their nonsense at every level. But we're not going to break the law. And I know that President Biden will not take advantage of the outrageous invitation offered by the MAGA Supreme Court to engage in actions that would be felony crimes on the theory that he won't be prosecuted for it later, because that's not who we are. And we're going to win by taking the high road and by getting everybody out to vote. And I've been to 27 states here, and the Democrats are fired up everywhere. We have a real ground game going on in every state I've been to, with the canvas kickoffs and the rallies and the online action. And remember, the Republicans only really assemble if Donald Trump is there. That's how a cult works. It's not like they come out for other people. It's not happening except when Trump is there. And of course, J.D. Vance is so unpopular, it's counterproductive for them to put him out there. And, J.D. Vance, everybody says he's got no convictions, but that's okay, because Donald Trump's got 36 of them, and he can share with J.D. Vance. So, look, we're going to win it on the high road. We're going to win it fair and square. And we are going to defend the Electoral College, including me, even though I'm an opponent of the Electoral College. I think we need to move to national popular vote. We've had 5 popular vote losers in our history, twice in this century. And
both Republicans.
Both right-wing Republicans. The Electoral College is an accident waiting to happen. As we saw on January 6th, 2021, it can get you killed these days because there are so many booby traps and off-ramps and moments where strategic bad faith actors like Donald Trump can exploit in order to try to reopen and revisit what is a clear result. And we had a clear result in 2020 with Biden winning by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College, a margin that Trump had beaten Hillary by, and he declared that to be an absolute landslide. And yet, despite the rulings of 60 federal and state courts, including by 8 judges he named to the bench, they continued to propound and continued to the absolute myth and fiction and lie that he won the election. And that's why we're in a scary situation. But we're going to get through it by defending the rule of law, defending the Constitution, and defending the right of the people to choose the president through the Electoral College system. And Brian, the Senate didn't do their job because Mitch McConnell chickened out. And even though he said that the House managers had made our case and that Donald Trump was actually and ethically responsible for everything that happened, he said that the Senate lacked jurisdiction to try him and convict him, which was a legal question we had decided on the first day of the trial, which means he basically engaged with 20 other Republican senators who said the same thing in an act of jury nullification, the greatest case of jury nullification in American history. So the Senate didn't do their job. The Republican Party, as a political party, did not do their job. The Supreme Court, which is now in Donald Trump's right back pocket, did not do their job. It's up to the people, and the people backed up by the great lawyers we've got. We got to win the election, and we got to defend the election at every step along the way. And the Democratic members of the House and the Senate are going to be standing up for a free and fair and honest election in the constitutional system.
Now, I just want to send a quick note to folks who are adding questions to the Q&A. Thank you. And one of those questions that we got right now, which is on a theme that I'm seeing over and over, is there a way in which this could end up ultimately in front of the Supreme Court? The decision about the election here between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
Look, it's always possible. And I understand why there is grave concern about that, and with good reason. But I think we need to keep in mind a few things. The first is that though the Supreme Court in 2000 did decide the outcome of the election effectively, that was a very, very close race in a single state. You know, the state of Florida was divided by 500 and some odd votes, and there was a question about how the recount would proceed or not proceed. And the Supreme Court got involved, and on a very unfortunate split based on partisan ideology, they effectively halted the recount and gave the results to George W. Bush, who had lost the popular vote nationwide. Okay, so that is a data point. But the fact is, that is the only time that the Supreme Court has really played that role. In 2020, it had opportunities to get involved, and it chose not to. Now, does that mean that they would not do so in 2024? Not necessarily, but I don't think the court is itching to be involved in these cases. And I think that for it to play a outcome determinative role, you would again need a single state that was where their decision on a question of law or a question of fact would be outcome determinative. And very, very few presidential elections, honestly, are that close. I mean, one of the legacies of 2020 that I lament is that Donald Trump has succeeded in convincing people, even people who think that Joe Biden won, they have convinced people that the election was really, really close. And the truth is, it wasn't really, really close. I mean, for Donald Trump to have won the election, he would have needed multiple states' results to have flipped, and those results themselves were not measured in the hundreds. They were not measured in the single thousands. They were measured in the tens of thousands or more than the tens of thousands. And that is just, was an impossible task given where we were in 2020. And so worry about the Supreme Court, yes. Obsess about the Supreme Court, no. There are plenty of lawyers like myself who both worry and obsess about everything that is happening in the Supreme Court. I can tell you right now, there are two cases that the Republicans have sought emergency stays in the Supreme Court, one out of Virginia, one out of Pennsylvania. I promise you I am following them. I promise you Democracy Docket is following them. If you subscribe to Democracy Docket, you'll get alerts even when we get decisions there that are of consequence. But, and Brian, you and I will do videos about those outcomes, right? Like, there are people who are going to follow what's happening in the Supreme Court, but the much more likely outcome of the election is going to be decided, first and foremost, by how voters vote, because how voters vote is ultimately, the facts on the ground. And then the second is, to the extent there are ambiguities in the law and these things, it's much more likely to be the decisions of hundreds or dozens of local judges, state judges, district court, federal judges, who are dealing with the regular, flow of issues that come up around election, whether this group of ballots counts or that group of ballots doesn't count, or what do you do with an unforeseen circumstance. So I don't want people to not worry about the courts, because I, make a living out of worrying about the courts, but I don't want people to obsess overly about just the U.S. court.
Another topic that we're getting a lot of questions about is the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, this idea of how can we get away from the Electoral College. So can you speak about, and I think Congressman Raskin, this might be a good one for you to dive into here, can you speak about what the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact is and how close we are to the prospect of it actually replacing the Electoral College as it's used right now, actually how close we are to that coming to fruition?
Yes, indeed. This was the very first bill I introduced as a member of the Maryland State Senate. It was my very first bill in politics to create the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. Now, The cleanest way, of course, to get rid of the Electoral College and to move to a national popular vote is by amending the Constitution. But that's a tall order requiring a two-thirds vote in the House, a two-thirds vote in the Senate, and then three-quarters of the states. The way we've gotten to most constitutional changes is through bottom-up grassroots action in the states. Like the 19th Amendment women's suffrage was preceded by decades of agitation in the states to get state legislatures to change their laws or to change their state constitutions. The 17th Amendment, which shifted the mode of election of the U.S. senators from the legislatures to the people, also was preceded by many states, a majority of the states, saying we will be bound by a popular vote for whoever the people want to elect for U.S. Senate. So this picks up on that theme. The National Popular Vote Interstate Compact says we're creating a coalition of states who will agree to cast their electors according to whoever wins the national popular vote rather than the vote in our states. But it only becomes effective when we have enough electors in the coalition so that it will be effective every time. And so when we get 270 electors in the compact, it will be activated. And then that will begin a process where the state legislatures cast their electors for the winner in the national popular vote rather than in their state. And that will be a bridge then to Congress finally catching up with the people, catching up with the states, and passing the required constitutional amendment to abolish the Electoral College once and for all. Commanding majorities of the American people, 75, 80% of the people who want to move to a national popular vote. A lot of people think we have it. A lot of people don't understand the Electoral College system. But one thing everybody can understand right now is that we have an election system for president that has reduced the national election process and national campaign to 7 or 8 votes, where everybody is going, where everybody is calling. That's how that works. If we elected the president the way we elected governors and representatives and senators and mayors, every vote in America would count, and every vote would count equally, and everybody could campaign in their own communities to turn out the vote, and we would have much higher turnout across the country. Right now, turnout is 8 or 10 points higher in the swing states than it is in the non-swing states where there's no election basically happening. So we've got a system that has given us popular vote losers multiple times. It states, it depresses turnout, it's extremely complicated, and then it's got all these booby traps that can be triggered by the MAGA party or somebody else who wants to try to keep revisiting the result instead of allowing the people to decide. So that's a conversation we have to have seriously, and I hope we will have it seriously after this election, after we win through the Electoral College system as it's being practiced today, and we defend that electoral result.
And I should just if I can add one point, sort of as a political scientist or political science, pretend political scientist, it has had another impact in the modern era that I think is extremely bad for the country and it's extremely bad for democracy, which is it has allowed and in fact incentivized the Republican Party to become an anti-majoritarian party. So you basically have 3 federal branches of government, or not 3 branches, you have 3 bodies that are elected at the federal level. You have the president, the House, and the Senate. The Senate is by its very structure anti-majoritarian. It just is. Every state gets 2 senators, whether you're North Dakota or you're California, right? So that is an anti-majoritarian body. The House teeters on being anti-majoritarian because of gerrymandering. So every time the Republicans gerrymander, what they are really doing is insulating themselves from popular vote, right? They are able to control a disproportionate number of seats of power with a minority of the population. So it disincentivizes them competing for a majority of the vote and incentivizes them competing for a minority of the vote. And then you have the presidency, which historically had a strong majoritarian pull, both because there wasn't often deviation between the popular vote and the Electoral College, but also because I think presidents saw their power. There was a famous book by Professor Neustadt that called Presidential Power. I think it was titled, and the thesis of it was the power of the presidency is the power to persuade. And so the idea was that presidents have power because they have popular mandates. And so if you look through old presidential speeches, they are always hearkening back to their mandates as popularly elected figures by the total government. Well, the recent Republican Party, they have given up on popular mandates. Like they now celebrate, Donald Trump celebrates the cleverness of being able to win a minority of the vote, but still govern with majority power. So there is a problem with the Electoral College in that it has deprived the American people of a leader that seeks to govern through popular mandates. And I think we have seen the worst instincts of that with a Donald Trump, a Mike Johnson, a Mitch McConnell, where they have elevated to an art form. You know, what was it called? The Hastert rule in the House, you know, McConnell's way of working in the Senate, and of course Donald Trump wanting to govern through a minority of the votes cast.
I should also note,
if I could just add a postscript to that, Brian, sure. Some people have been asking, where are we in the national popular vote? It's actually we're most of the way there. We need 270 electoral college votes in the coalition to activate it. I think we're around 175 or 180 now. It's
we are at 209 enacted so far.
209, okay. We're further along than I thought. There's 17 states in the District of Columbia. Unfortunately, it's become a partisan thing, which it shouldn't be. In fact, Donald Trump himself was a huge critic of the Electoral College and said it made America the laughingstock of the world in the 2012 election when he thought that Mitt Romney was going to win in the popular vote and lose in the Electoral College vote. He was just railing about it. After the 2016 election, he seems to have discovered some secret virtues to the Electoral College system as it's practiced today. But we are, if we could get over that partisan problem, and a lot of Republicans were for it when I first introduced it in Maryland. A lot of my colleagues were. I think a number of state legislative chambers controlled by Republicans have passed it, including the Michigan House passed it. So, look, I remember when we were voting on it, one of my colleagues took me in the back room and he said, look, just tell me between you and me, like, who does this really help, the Democrats or Republicans? And I said, all right, I'll tell you a secret. It helps whichever party gets a majority of the votes. That's all it is. Popular majority rules, as opposed to all of the manipulation and machinations that you see now under the Electoral College system. And we saw that what happened in 2000 would not have been possible. All of the strategic mischief and manipulation that took place with the Secretary of State, Katherine Harris, who doubled as the chair of the Bush campaign. None of that could have happened if it were not an electoral college system, right? They won by just over 500 votes in Florida. They were able to pull a number of switcheroos, and then finally the Supreme Court intervened to stop the counting of ballots manually in Florida. And then by winning all of the electors, 25 electors from Florida, they were able to clinch the election, despite the fact that Gore had won a majority in the national popular vote. So, look, what we're suffering from today is not democracy, it's the impediments to democracy, the obstacles to democracy, whether we're talking about gerrymandering, which is not constitutional, that's made up, or the Electoral College, which is in the Constitution, or the filibuster, which is not constitutional, that's made up. But we need to get democracy moving again. You know, we say that this election is about defending democracy. That's a little bit deceptive. Yes, it's about defending the institutions and practices of democracy, but democracy is always an unfinished product. It's always moving. It's a project. And so we need to pass statehood for the people of Puerto Rico so they're not kicked around by the MAGA party and denied hundreds of millions of dollars in hurricane relief they should have gotten back in Hurricane Maria. We need to pass statehood for people in Washington, D.C., the only residents of a national capital on planet Earth who are not represented in their own national legislature. We told the people of Paris that they couldn't be represented in l'Assemblée Nationale because they breathe the same air as other people's representatives. You'd have another French Revolution on your hands. And in fact, in the 117th Congress, when I was the floor leader for D.C. statehood, I started by thanking the people of D.C. who have a genuine, bona fide political grievance and yet didn't come down to the Capitol and beat the hell out of our police officers and knock them over the head and get people killed and drive the members of the House and Senate out of chambers. They've done it the right way in D.C. They've petitioned for statehood. We've got to get democracy moving again. We need to admit new states in the Union. We need to fight for national popular vote. We need the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We've got to get rid of gerrymandering. So when we're talking about defending democracy, we're also talking about promoting democracy and making the country a more perfect.
I would just note, to add to that, we do have 209 electoral votes signed on. There are 50 pending right now, and that is in Virginia, North Carolina, Michigan, and Nevada. So that would take us to 259. And then folks in states that aren't yet signed on, Pennsylvania is a good option. Arizona is a good option. So if we're able to flip state legislatures, then this can be something that they can take up, and we can get one step closer to a true representative democracy here. As we continue to wind down here, I do want to do something of a quick lightning round. So I'm going to ask both Mark and the Congressman a quick question. And the first one is for the Congressman. If you can enact one voting or election policy with the snap of a finger, one policy, what would it be?
Well, there would have to be a comprehensive bill, including
but one small policy that is an omnibus bill.
Well, you know, the Senate has become such an obstacle to everything we want to do, whether we're talking about, you know, restoring Roe versus Wade and Women's Health Protection Act or voting rights itself and so on, that if we could add new states to represent the millions of disenfranchised people in the country, we would begin to change the dynamics. You know, the national popular vote is like that. So yeah, I'm for the omnibus democracy reform bill that we're gonna push forward so we can keep democracy moving in America. I'm afraid I've got to sign off, gentlemen. It's great being with you as always, Brian, and thank you to the great Mark Elias. I hope you don't sleep for the next, let's call it 3 weeks, just to get us through this. All right.
Thank you so much. And Mark,
thanks everybody.
I'll throw it over to you now for this lightning round question. That is, if you could change one thing about our court system, federal or state, with a snap of a finger, what would that be?
Yeah, I would expand the size of the Supreme Court, and I'd expand the number of judges on the courts of appeals. So, in other words, I'm not in favor of just expanding the U.S. Supreme Court for the sake of expanding the Supreme Court. I'm in favor of expanding all of our federal court systems. The fact is, cases move too slowly through the district courts because we don't have enough district court judges. They languish in courts of appeals because we don't have enough court of appeals judges. And the U.S. Supreme Court has become a tangled mess. You know, in addition to the various ethics problems that they have, the problems with the serious problems, the way in which Mitch McConnell gained the nominations for the last 2 justices. But in addition to that, you know, what many people don't realize is that the U.S. Supreme Court only hears between 70 and 80 cases a year. Now, this is frankly crazy in a country of our size. I mean, there are millions of cases that go through the federal courts. There are hundreds of thousands of cases that are petitioning for the U.S. Supreme Court to hear. And they're only hearing 70 a year. And so, you know, we could solve several problems with our court system by simply expanding the federal courts, not allowing the single judges that we now see shopped in random places in Texas, you know, to issue nationwide injunctions. A lot of these problems could be solved by simply
we will leave it there.
All right, but I have a question for you, Brian.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right, so you hear, I'm going to sneeze back the microphone. You probably more than anyone I know hear from a cross-section of people. You know, you interview President Scott, you interview the Speaker of the House, the former Speaker of the House. You did a book tour where you got to sign books and meet ordinary Americans who are coming up to you every day, you know, with questions. You are not only beloved by millions of people on social media, but you're one of the few people on social media who you actually engage intelligently. You know, the audience. You know, the audience like trusts you and they ask you questions and engage you. And so people want to know what they should do, what they should say, what they should feel. Like, what is your advice to all of these people who are just like, you know, every day watching you and thinking and hanging on your words? Like, but what is your advice to them? How to get through the next few days and like what they should be doing?
My advice is twofold here. So the first is the polls are going to be close. What we can take from the polls is not to look at them and go on this roller coaster of emotions based on whether we see Donald Trump gain half a point here or Kamala Harris gain half a point here. The polls are close. We know it's going to be a tight race. We know it's a margin of error race. It has been a margin of error race in the past. Remember, we won in 2020 in Georgia by 0.2 of a point. We won in Wisconsin in 2020 by 0.7 of a point. We won in Pennsylvania in 2020 by 1 point. We won in Michigan by just over 2 points. If you looked at a poll right now and saw that Kamala Harris was up 0.2 of a point somewhere, you'd probably have a pit in your stomach. But what I'm trying to say is that we have had those numbers before and we have won with those numbers before. So do not let the polls signify to you that you should fall into a pit of despair, because that's not what previous results have shown. And we can have, even if the polls are bang on correct and Kamala Harris is up 0.2 of a point and you are in the throes of anxiety as the result of it, that does not mean that we are going to lose. It means it's going to be a close race, which brings me to the second point, and that is to, again, not look at the polls. Do not doom scroll. Do not despair and waste your energy doing that when we have the opportunity right now to volunteer. There's still more to do. You can go to votesaveamerica.com, find opportunities to volunteer, to donate. You can go to Stand Up America, find opportunities to volunteer and donate. You can go to any campaign page. They're looking for phone bankers, text bankers, canvassers, door knockers. There is still something left to do. You can donate if you have the opportunity to do so. So there is still something to do. I promise you, if you use this time more productively, then you'll look back and feel a lot better as a result of it. And finally, my last piece of advice is to find 1 or 2 or 3 people in your circle and make that person your responsibility. We all have people in our families, in our neighborhoods, at work, who aren't interested in politics, who don't vote. Maybe they just aged into the process, 18, 19, 20 years old. Make those people your responsibility. It doesn't have to be everybody, but this is a story that I tell quite often, but in 2020, the difference between a Biden win and a Trump win in Wisconsin, the tipping point state, was 2 votes per precinct. That's all it takes to flip a precinct, which can flip a state, which can flip an election. So don't think that just because it might have a small impact of just flipping 1 or 2 people, that it's not going to have an overall large impact, especially when combined with the effort of everybody else. So again, there's a lot for everybody to be doing. Something that we found within the last few weeks and months here is that we're not going to be saved by the media. We just got note that the Washington Post wasn't going to endorse, that USA Today wasn't going to endorse, that the LA Times wasn't going to endorse. The media is not swooping in to save us. In large part, we have judges in the courts who are not swooping in to save us. The Supreme Court is a testament to that. We have prosecutors. I mean, God knows I wish Merrick Garland would be more aggressive, but he's not. And so we have prosecutors who are not swooping in to save us. That tells us pretty clearly that it's going to be on us, which is frankly fine, because we have a lot more power than the courts and the prosecutors and newspapers and mailers and commercials do anyway. And so our ability to communicate with people on a one-on-one basis, to find people who trust us on an individual basis in our household a hell of a lot more than they trust newscasters or influencers or whatever mail they get, cannot be overstated. So that's a lot of power, and I think we have the opportunity right now to use it. Don't look back 2 weeks from today and wish that when you had the opportunity to do something that you could have done more. We have a really rare moment in history right now where we can change the course of history for this country, for our democracy, for our planet, and so let's come together and use that opportunity right now to the best of our ability.
Incredibly powerful and wise words from a very incredibly wise and great person. I was going to say powerful, but if I say you're powerful, then you'll go to your head.
Yeah.
But thank you to Congressman Raskin who had to run, and thank you to my friend Brian Tyler Cohen for doing this. The entire Democracy Docket team has been looking for. They are your groupies and big fans. The entire audience has been waiting for you to do this, and I am really, I cannot tell you how thankful I am on behalf of everyone that you joined us today.
Well, thank you. Thank you to people who are tuning in right now. You guys are the engine that powers these campaigns. You are the people that are paying attention, that are taking an active, engaged approach in all of this. So thank you to everybody watching. I know that I can speak for everybody in the audience, Mark, in saying that having you in the courts, having someone like Congressman Raskin in the House, that we are beyond grateful to have fighters advocating for us. Congressman Raskin often likes to quote Thomas Paine, so I'll quote Thomas Paine here and say that the times have found us, and these times are difficult, and they're contentious, and they're dangerous, and they are filled with anxiety. But one small consolation for us on the outside is that we have people like you, people like Congressman Raskin in positions of power where you guys can make a difference. And take it from somebody whose diet these days consists primarily of Xanax, that really does count for something. It is at least a small weight lifted off our shoulders. So on behalf of everybody watching this, and on behalf of the millions of Americans who aren't watching this and who don't know you, but will benefit from your relentless defense of democracy, thank you for carrying that burden for us, and for the work that you do and the work that the Congressman does as well.
I just want to give one final shout out. As I mentioned, this is the last of the fifth of these we will do in the pre-election. Stay tuned. We may do some in the post-election if things get interesting, but I want to take this opportunity to thank the 16-person Democracy Docket team, which has made all of these possible, including Alexa Rothenberg and Talia Marcus, who have been the brainchild behind them, and I want to say a special shout out to them. And also to remind you once again that if you are not already a member of Democracy Docket, there for this week only, you can save $20 on an annual premium membership, and the link is in the chat. So with that, thank you to Brian Tyler Cohn, thank you to Congressman Raskin, and thank you to all of us for joining. I want to, first of all, thank everyone for joining us tonight. This is the fifth and final one of these Democracy Docket pre-election events, and I want to thank all of you who have been at the previous ones. I've been looking forward to this one, which is why we saved this for last. And I want to make sure that everyone takes a moment to ensure that they are subscribed to Democracy Docket. And if you are not already a member of Democracy Docket, the team is offering a discount between now and Election Day. It's $20 off the premium membership, which gets you access to all of the content, including the litigation look-ahead, State of Democracy, the weekly news you missed, my Tuesday tip sheet, and everything else. And it also gets you invited to all of the premium events that we do. So there'll be a link to become a member, or you can go to the website. You can click on the membership tab, and you'll be able to do that. But let me, without further ado, now that we are at 3,000 attendees, let me introduce our panel, and then I'm going to turn this over to Brian Tyler Cohn. I am joined by two of the best people in politics, and I mean that in both the sense of they are two of the most important people, two of the most knowledgeable people, but they are also just two of the best people. They are two of the real good guys fighting for democracy every day. Jamie Raskin really needs no introduction. He is a member of Congress and also a constitutional law professor. So you get both an expert analysis on what the hell is going on in Congress, but you also get an expert in the U.S. Constitution. Since being sworn in 2017, he is become the leading defender of democracy and voting rights in Congress. If there is something happening that is pro-democracy in the halls of Congress, Jamie Raskin is leading it. He was also the lead impeachment manager for Donald Trump's second impeachment and served on the House Select Committee on the January 6th attack. Brian Tyler Cohn, who is going to be our moderator and host for this evening. Brian is a good friend. He is a progressive journalist and content creator with more than 7 million subscribers across all social media platforms. I have realized that he is also like just one of the greatest people. And if there was a definition for mensch, it would be Brian. In the Yiddish dictionary, it's either he's either a mensch or he's a macher, depending on the circumstances. But we'll go with mensch for tonight. Through his popular YouTube channel, he brings the biggest issues, including voting rights and democracy, to the forefront and reaches millions and millions of people online. He hosts a voting rights series with me called Democracy Watch, and I hope everyone goes to his YouTube channel right now and make sure they are subscribed to the YouTube channel, and make sure you watch Democracy Watch. Also watch the other series that he does. He does a great one with Glenn Kirshner and one with Tim as well, about everything about politics. But you also need to watch the series that he does with Jamie Raskin called Class, where the congressman and he debunk constitutional fallacies and right-wing fever dreams. And I want to end by saying, in a time in which the mainstream media finds an endless ways to disappoint, and every day there's like a new way that they find to disappoint. The one place you can always go for accurate information and analysis that is unbought and unbossed, it is with Brian Tyler Cohen. He tells it like it is, and there is no corporate overlord behind him. So please make sure you're subscribed to his YouTube channels, and you support everything he does. I also don't want to miss out on telling you he is also a New York Times bestseller. And if you have not read his book, Shameless, go buy his book. It is one of the best reads of the year, and it's really I cannot recommend it more wholeheartedly. So without more further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Brian to lead us through.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. It is an absolute honor to be here with both of you. You could not find bigger heroes for democracy than the two of you. So we'll have more to say on that. But thank you so much on behalf of everybody who's watching right now and who's going to watch this when it's put online later. Thank you for the work that you both are doing. Okay, so let's get right into this, because I know that there are a lot of issues that we're contending with right now as it relates to threats to democracy around the certification of this election. But most immediately, I want to talk about what Donald Trump previewed when he was on stage at Madison Square Garden, and that was this idea that he has a little secret that he'll only unveil after the election. Of course, the obvious suggestion here is that he's going to engage in some scheme along with Mike Johnson to refuse to certify the electors in hopes that it will be kicked into a contingent election where House delegations will decide. But I want to ask right off the bat, can Donald Trump succeed at this effort not to certify the election? And if the answer is no, can you walk us through the process for how it won't succeed?
Sure. I'll jump in first with the process, and then I will let the congressman weigh in, both because he's a better constitutional lawyer than I am, and he spends an unfortunate amount of time with the speaker, and I am unburdened by that. First, for people who didn't see it, he suggested, sort of nodding and pointing at Speaker Johnson, that they had some secret. I think that Donald Trump is, not at the mental acuity to probably have a secret, and if he does have a secret, it's probably a dumb secret. So I don't want people to be overly worried. I do think that Donald Trump is more desperate than he was in 2020, and he was pretty desperate in 2020. Remember, he has been convicted, not just charged, but convicted of at least one set of crimes in New York for which he is awaiting sentencing, which could lead to a term of imprisonment. He faces other indictments, and he views the path to his personal liberty as running through, of all things, winning the presidency of the United States. The fact that the Republican Party seems to be going along with that, or not seems to be, but has embraced it, speaks volumes about the moral bankruptcy of the Republican Party. But I think that Trump looks out at the landscape right now. He's being told by his pollsters and by other people around his campaign that he may very well lose this election, and he is prepared to do whatever it takes to stay in power. And if that means subverting the outcome, he will do that. Now, that is baked in the cake, right? The Republican Party has built a voter suppression war machine. They have prepared to try to undermine certification at the county level and the state level. We've seen that. There's been litigation. They've been losing these cases. And I think that in the post-election, we can assume that if that's what it comes to, that's what they'll try to do again, as they tried in 2020 and failed, they tried in 2022 and failed, and they'll try in 2024 and fail. The first step will be to try to prevent counties from certifying election results, then trying to prevent states from certifying election results. The good news I have for folks is that the courts have been pretty uniform, or not pretty, they have been completely uniform in rejecting these efforts. And I have every expectation that lawyers like me and others will go to court and continue to beat back these efforts to subvert the election results. So what do they do next? Well, then they try to get, in more desperate efforts, they try to get the courts to throw out votes. And this is where Mike Johnson comes in, and where I want to sort of hand this over to the congressman. Because in 2020, the federal elected official most responsible for January 6th, other than Donald Trump, was Mike Johnson. Now, that's not me saying sour grapes now that he's been elected speaker. I said this about Mike Johnson before I knew who the hell Mike Johnson was, when he was just an obscure congressman from Louisiana, because he led the effort to get House Republicans at a time where there was disorganization in their conference. He led the effort to organize them in December of 2020 to all sign onto a brief in the U.S. Supreme Court to throw out the election results in 4 states. Okay, so this Louisiana congressman says basically he's coordinating with the Trump campaign and Donald Trump, and he wants House Republicans to unite behind this idea, first to go to court and throw out the election results. When that fails, and it does fail, he then is instrumental in rallying them behind trying to prevent certification in the halls of Congress on the night of January 6th. Now that fails. So is it any surprise that Donald Trump thinks he has a secret? It is not really a secret, right? It's like the game plan they tried in 2020, and he wants to try it again. There are lots of reasons why that's not going to succeed, none the least of which that the Electoral Count Reform Act has made it harder for that. Congress has passed a new law that makes it harder for that to achieve. It's also
and I know a lot of people.
Modern women are doomed by this new, what is this here? Anti-paternity fraud law?
A lot of people are. And I am someone that has a really hard time asking for help. But I am so desperate.
For what? Shut up.
Y'all bashing me about having 7 kids and looking for somebody to help take care of them. What is the issue? As a single woman, am I supposed to just give up on life and not want to find
You should
a
have
man
given up on kids after 1.
that's going to help me and my kids?
What?
We got a paternity test on our 5-year-old daughter, and it came back negative, and now he wants a divorce. And
If you falsely
Yeah.
accuse a man of being your baby's daddy, it's called parentage fraud, and it's
Wow.
no joke.
Those of you who are in Tennessee, guess what? House Bill 2689 is getting ready to pass. That is requiring paternity tests before you sign the birth certificate. Because, when people do paternity tests 1/3 of the time, they end up not being a father. And if they start testing everybody, then they're
Right? Well, I guess that's probably selection bias, to be fair.
only go up, not down. They're actually starting to jail time the ladies for maternity fraud.
If J.D. Vance becomes president, this is going to be nationwide, okay?
Because
Oh, yeah.
it is such a
Oh, yeah.
And yes, it's a crime.
Hallelujah. This needs to go nationwide. But at least it's the first step.
True.
Progress, not perfection.
Sure.
But in the meantime, I advise any male that I know to get yourself a DNA and swab that child's mouth. Because you...
It's weird to me that they don't just do this as a default. I feel like you should just do this as a default. I mean, for, records purposes.
be surprised just how many of those kids belong to another man.
Man.
I bought a Chanel bag with my child support money, and everybody was upset.
Oh, my God. Everybody is upset. I wonder why. What could possibly be the reason?
Child support is reimbursement for the money that I already waste on my kids. So
I waste on my okay.
no Chanel bag. It evens out. I am not going to be saving my child support money for college. What if they don't even go to college? I'm not going to make them go.
Oh, these poor fucking kids. Oh, God. I feel so bad for these kids. Holy shit, bro. This is bad Spawn RNG.
Go to college if they don't want to. So I'm going to be saving all that money for what? We are living in the moment. Tomorrow is not promised. So we're going to have fun.
This is one thing that I've really noticed with a lot of people like this that are bad decision makers, is that most bad decision makers live in the moment.
That money.
It's a very common pattern.
That money.
A few moments later.
Child support court update. So I had court again today because a new judge was assigned to the case. If you don't know, I get $3,700 of child support every month, and I use it on myself. I don't use it on my kids. The old judge that was assigned to our case was okay with me spending, the child support on myself because he said it was just reimbursement for what I have been spending on my children. But the judge today was not having none of that.
Damn. She knew what's going on.
Took me out for child support.
Damn.
So Trump passed a law stating that whoever pays child support get the file and child on the tape. Pardon me?
Why are you mad about that?
Just to be told that I got nothing in the will, nothing, and he was worth £33 million. Why didn't he quit his job as an electrician where he was making over 6 figures a year to work a minimum wage job at a fast food place just so he wouldn't have to pay me $3,000 a month in child support? What's up with this new rule that Trump wants to
The glasses, bro.
implement?
Every time.
Hey, look, Johnny boy, if you take that child support for your own children, you get to write that off. And whoever is, the primary caretaker, i.e. single moms, you've got to put the bill and you get no benefit.
Well, they should both be able to write it off, right? I mean, if they're both parents.
I bet you more than half fathers that are separated from their baby mama not have 50-50.
I feel like if you're the kind of person that is even using the term baby mamas unironically, you are already in hood rat territory. You are already in trailer park territory. Like, who the fuck talks about this? Who even uses this word?
Because of the mother. Because of the selfishness of the mother.
Why did I divorce my husband? I divorced my husband because I was making a certain amount of money. I divorced my husband because I thought I didn't need it anymore. I divorced my husband because I had this senior position at work and thought I had the same position at home. I divorced my husband because I thought I was better than him because I had my degree now.
And I got my child support check.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
I'm going to go meet my kids at their grandmother's house. And
Oh my god, do not tell me you're going to do self-care. Please do not tell me it's going to be self-care.
And I'm probably going to go out drinking with my husband, go out and gamble a little bit.
It's worse. Oh my god.
Maybe go shopping. The kids don't need anything because I provide everything for them. So I can just go ahead and splurge on myself with maybe a child support check.
I think that there's a rumor going on on social media that Trump has signed a bill and he's going to do away with child support. And if anybody gets child support and they pay child support, the other parent that has full custody of that child will not be able to pay child support.
And I go after my husband. I was only making like $16 an hour. And so
Oh no, not again.
that was not enough. And so I got myself into a lot of credit card debt because I moved into an apartment that I couldn't really afford, but I thought that someone else was going to be living with me in it. So.
What do you mean? The ex?
Okay, so
Right after I got divorced, I got into a situation with somebody. I moved from work, and
I'll compare to the divorce.
we went to it's like a rebound, right? I got a split, they would call it.
Okay. The day after?
Yeah, maybe.
Wow.
Maybe.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Holy shit.
So I knew him, right? We worked together. That's how we met.
Well, wait, how long are you married?
Almost 5 years.
Did you guys ever have any kids?
Yes.
And you got with this person a day after?
Yes, but see,
this is the thing. Imagine this is your mom. Like, you're already playing on hard mode. You don't even know it yet. You're 3 years old and you're already cooked. You spawned in and like you open up your chest in Fortnite and it's got like one of those like little green potions and the little bomb that makes you dance. And the other guy spawns next to you with a blue fucking AR.
Things a little easier.
Have fun.
I thought he was like the love of my life.
A day after a divorce. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Actually, it's more like this. It's more like, remember back in PUBG, where like sometimes the game would lag out and you would just like hit the ground and just immediately die whenever you drop in? That's basically what this is like.
So did y'all hear that Trump is supposed to be putting into action where if the father of the child pays child support, then he can claim the child on the income taxes?
Yeah. Wow.
I saw that story all over.
Problem with child support is that it's calculated based on how much money both of the parents make.
Yeah.
The more money dad makes, the more he pays. But the more money the mom makes, the less she gets. This absolutely incentivizes people not to be successful, which is not making the world a better place. It's making the world a worse place.
That is stupid, by the way. Yeah. I'm okay with a man having to pay. Like, I'm a child support supporter. I think this is a good system because it's the... Like, I don't think that you should look at, whenever you have a kid, like, you shouldn't look at what's best for the kid, or sorry, what's best for the mom or what's best for the dad. You should look at what's best for the kid. And I think that this society that doesn't put the best interests of its children and young people first is a society that's doomed to die. And so I'm a big fan of that, but I think also, like, why would the woman not, like, get the same amount of money? It doesn't even make sense. Yeah, they use it for themselves. Well, they should need receipts. Yeah, of course, right? I mean, obviously.
For the children involved.
This is a breakdance
again. Any account with the actual needs of the child.
Exactly.
Only punishes parents for trying to be successful.
Yes.
To the mail, but this is obviously important. Let's see how she's going. Okay, let's see how much.
$16. What?
Etiquette one. Bring it. 0. For fuck money, $0.
There's some people about to be real mad about the world. But you guys, I don't even agree with that deadbeat dad shit either. But like the thing is that I think guys obviously, like, I mean, everybody knows like custody court is like rigged in favor of women, and it's rigged in favor of women to a degree that, like, I think that in general, like, this is going to be a as from gold traditionalist take. I think that in general, like, we've had women being caretakers of children and men being breadwinners for families for as long as we've had bread. Okay? So there's definitely like a natural order of things, and I think the natural order of things should not be disrupted. So I think that like there's a trend, but like, and that's okay to like have a little bit of like maybe like a 55-45, a 60-40, but this is like a 95-5 where you have like these crackhead crazy moms that are sitting around, doing their eyebrows, in like some fucking spa every month. That are spending all the child support money, and the kids sitting there on assisted food for fucking school. I mean, this is a problem. marriage is a scam. Marriage is not a scam. Marriage should be more strongly enforced. I think that there should be more marriage tax credits, and more people should be incentivized into being married. And I think that the ability for people to get divorced or no-fault divorces and the receiving of marriage incentives has been detrimental not only for people getting married, but also for children.
One thing
Yes,
that needs to
that's
be
where I'm
a great child support
I'm divorced. Yep.
Here? The judge said child support was not.
Oh my god. I thought I'd be happy if I'm not getting paid enough money.
At $326 a month.
Well, you shouldn't have married a bum. You should have been taking back shots under a bridge from Rufus, the man who lives in a shopping cart. This is your fault. You did this. What are you doing?
$22 a month for 2 kids for child support is what you have to pay. $326.
What did you make?
I was able to calm down, which was fun. And I how many hours?
He's probably watching the stream right now.
A week that was working.
0.
Or trying to sell houses because technically he got a real estate license, so technically
0.
he's still real estate. She
0.
said 15 hours a week,
That's 0.
approximately.
Approximately 15.
How many hours he was
Give or take 15.
Grown, able-bodied man with transportation and no child care to worry about. And he works 15 hours a week.
And then what do you do?
Where there have been various changes to child support laws in California.
Y'all, it's tax season and there's have to be some pissed off people. Like, so basically, the new law is saying that if you are the one paying the child support, like if you pay child support, you get it clean in your face. But
Why is this bad? What are you talking about? So, don't you understand how taxes work? The entire idea of taxes is for them to properly view how much money you're spending, where it's going, and how to incentivize people to spend money on things that are beneficial. So let me get this straight. So you want guys paying child support, but you also don't want them to be able to write the kids off? I think you just hate your boyfriend or your ex-boyfriend. That's it.
On your taxes. So for the moms out there that are collecting child support, you don't get to claim your kids on your taxes.
Damn.
Oh, support. Yes. Daddy, so together. So embarrassing. Anyways. Unfortunately, I cannot make because obviously I am busy here in Tunisia. I would have loved to have gone. We lived together for 17 years. Unfortunately for me, he did decide to die on the week I had planned to come on holiday, so I did make the decision not to go because, you know, I need a holiday at the end of the day, and my holiday is way more important than sitting in a church watching people cry. I would love to give him a good send-off, so I'm going to get absolutely drunk tonight with this new guy that I met, and I'm going to raise a glass for you, Jeremy, because you were an amazing husband, very rich. I can't wait to do.
Like, there's no way.
The will reading when I'm home, I have made sure I'm going to be home in time to do the will reading because I need to do this stuff for the world, because obviously I am.
There's no way.
And that's a very, very important thing to me.
I don't
So
believe
yeah,
this
I
one.
have good funeral today, Granny. Love you. All good things have to come to an end. So I did miss my husband's funeral because
100% fake.
I was on holiday in Tunisia. I would not have missed my holiday for the world, and I know my husband would have understood because that's just the kind of guy he was. But yes, I have come back from my holiday just to make sure that I got back in time for the will reading, because I am not going to miss that for the absolute world. I have been held captive in the Ukraine for at least a week now.
There's no way.
There's no way. I get pregnant with a very well-known married
Oh
celebrity
my
baby.
god.
However, I am very lucky to have been released just in the nick of time for my husband's will reading, because I did deserve all of that money. I spent 17 years with this man, which is a lot longer than any of his children did. So I deserve the inheritance a lot more than
Well, what does that mean?
his own children. So I am
So
going
she wants the money over. Oh my.
to fight the will with lawyers.
Wait, so she already is assuming she's not in the will.
He has left any of his inheritance to his children
She's trying to.
because they do not deserve it. Unlike me,
You guys think it's fake?
who looked after him every single day, 17 years.
Guys, I just don't know, man.
When they were out living their own lives.
I hope
That
it's
was
fake. Okay, let's not thinking about the child support order. This one's fake, alright.
Do you think it's fair that you can get child support, but then you can't claim your child at the end of the year?
I spent 17 years of my life with an elderly man who smelled like cabbage, just to be told that I've got nothing in the will, nothing.
I see how this evolved.
And he was worth £33 million. And you think this is funny?
Yeah, I do. I think that the problem that we have is that prostitution isn't just legal. Like, we used to have concubines, we used to have, and this, mistresses, we had a system for this for, like, thousands of years, and now we're trying to reinvent the wheel. Let's just bring it back. Because that way there won't be any weird confusions.
I wasted my life
This is
with a
confusing.
geriatric coffin dodger for nothing.
Coffin dodger?
Everyone thinks it's so funny that my husband donated all his money to a bunch of cats and dogs. I even like cats and dogs.
Oh, he didn't like you either.
Literally gonna be homeless. Like, got no money.
Man.
Not even my own house or my car.
Yeah?
Like, I'm literally going through poor. And I have to stop in fucking Asda. There's a new poor people.
Well,
I wasted my life thinking I was going to get millions by marrying that elderly coffin dodger. He looked like a shriveled up fucking prune.
DNA test proves David is not the father.
oh my god. What is wrong with these people, man? Nah, bro, this is fake. You know it's fake. You think all of these are fake? Guys, I don't think they're all fake. I think some of them could be fake. I think there's a possibility that a small handful of them, maybe even a good amount of them, are fake. But I don't think that all of them are fake. And I think that we can all agree on that, right? Man. I don't know you. I haven't seen him. Yeah? Oh god. Was he required to get that down? Just fucking explain it. Obviously. Yeah? But not all.
I am going to really hard.
Yeah? Who's donating?
A lot of people are. And has a really hard time.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought. So she's begging for money. In the closet. Man.
I've been in all of my resources.
They're not all fake. As a former bartender, I've actually heard women talking about doing this. Yeah, of course. I mean, like, really? Like, I mean, is it really that insane for you to imagine that a young woman is trying to marry an old man for wealth? Like, I mean, is this really something like, no, there's no way that's happening? How? There's no, it must be something else.
Later, but it's fine. Confidence room.
Jesus Christ. Jeez, yeah.
I don't have a lot of time. I work as a teacher. I don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, what is this bullshit? Yeah. This is not even anything. It's just her talking. Like, it's not even about her being that. No, the thing is, they need to have. I'll link y'all the video. It's kind of funny to see some of these. I think that really the problem. Here's what the problem is, right? The problem is that you got a lot of these people that do this, and I think honestly, the reason why men have such resentment about child support is because of how one-dimensional it usually is. And I think that for everything that I've seen, it seems like the courts are pretty fucking rigged against men, right? From like what I've seen, probably what a lot of you guys have seen too, it's like extremely common that this is happening. So there it is. I mean, that's it because they get fucked? Yeah, exactly. Prenup, always sign a prenup? No, just don't marry hoes. Like, that's the solution, like a prenup or anything like that. I think that, again, all of this, like, anti-women sentiment, I don't think you need to have any of that. I think there's a degree of, like, just straight-up fucking accountability that people like this need to have. And whenever you're talking about child support, it's not about, like, the mom paying for new nails or some bullshit. It's about making sure this kid is able to afford clothes, right? I mean, that's what's going on. So, yeah, I pay for $1,900 for 2 kids and 50% custody. Yeah, and like, I think it would be fine, too, if, like, the courts were more fair in terms of, like, who gets custody and who doesn't. Because if it was more balanced between who gets custody and who doesn't, I think we would see less resentment towards outcomes like this, right? It's hard to find a girl who ain't hodo. That's not true at all. I think this entire idea that, like, all women are like this, and this is some kind of, like, overall big problem, I think it's bullshit. I do. Because, like, out of all my friends, I know two people that have been in a long-term relationship or a marriage with a hoe. And one of them, by the way, she was a stripper named Angel, okay? So, really, I mean, you should have known that. That's like pushing the big red button that said, don't push the button. Well, he pushed it. He did. And that's what I said. And, yeah, that's what it was. And so, what are we talking about, Nick? No, I'm not talking about Nick. Nick is not even... I'm talking about, like, people that I've grown up with. And I've done. The majority of my friends, 5% of my friends that are married or in long-term relationships have had 0 of these problems. The entire idea that this is a big issue is a big issue on the internet because everybody on the internet is on the internet because they're fucking jaded because they got broken up with or they got cheated on by some girl. So, yeah, we all know they're going to do it. Next week it's going to happen. So, in general, Terminally Online Chatters, yes, the people that are all of my friends that are happily married with kids, do you know what they're not doing? Talking about it on Reddit. Do you know why? Because they're busy. They're busy grilling food. They're busy seeing their friends. They're busy doing something with their life. Or, oh my God, they might even be busy spending time with their kids. They're not going on the internet and talking about this all the time. They're not thinking about this. Yeah, but yes, Is getting cheated on? No, they're not getting cheated on. They're working. Exactly. They're taking your anecdotal evidence of subjective ignorance. No, it's not. Think about this logically. This is the same thing I said about Warcraft. If there's a hot girl on Warcraft, why is she on that game? Uh-oh. I bet they're older, though. They are. They're all around in their 30s. And the reason why is because these are people I've grown up with. I've known them 10, 15, 20 years. And so, yeah, like, that's the way that I know about it. And you're insane. Everybody says I'm crazy, but how many of you guys, here, how many of you guys that have grown up and you've had friends for many years, and the vast majority of your friend group, people that you know who are married or in relationships, have not had any of these problems ever, and it's completely fucking, completely normal for them? Yeah, just saying that. Yeah, I'm too young. That's fine. Yeah, that's okay. So all my friends are a mess. I've got a number of friends that are a mess too. Yeah, zero friends and problems. Yeah, exactly. The O ratio is not as high as the internet would have you believe. And you want to know one of the reasons why? Is because in the same way that a lot of the women that are on the internet complaining about men are on the internet complaining about men because they're so obnoxious that men don't spend time with them in real life, a lot of the men that are on the internet complaining about women are on the internet complaining about women because they don't have women that want to spend time with them in real life either. You have a massive selection bias. Maybe it's a California thing, but it's pretty high with my IRL friends here. Hey, I can believe that. California is a different place, bro. It's a different country. Men and women love me, yeah, for sure. And kids go, yeah, exactly. And thank you for calling me an awful people play crazy because you're a liar. The hotter the woman, the more likely infidelity happens. That is not true. That is an idea that people that have been cheated on by a girl or people who can't get a hot girlfriend think. My dad once used the term that will never be fuck hogs. It's not true. It's just not. It's another California crash house. I know, it's been a whole year since the accident, but it's happened again.
It doesn't look like America anymore, but it's exactly what I voted for, as ICE conducted a surprise raid on a restaurant. It doesn't even look like America anymore, but it's exactly what I voted for, as
There's so many people that feel this way, yes. Thank fucking God we're finally dealing with these psychos.
ICE conducted a surprise raid on a restaurant in San Diego, with the residents getting very upset.
Uh-oh. Apparently they heard that Stephen Miller guy, and they were like, okay, alright, we're gonna go to the restaurants then.
Even trying to block the cop's car.
Yeah, there it is. This stuff will only stop, and this type of behavior will only stop when they get arrested. Tear gas isn't enough. It's gonna bother them for like maybe a couple hours, maybe a day or so. Like I've been maced before. Actually, I've been pepper sprayed before. My friend got pepper spray, and I said, "Do you know if it works?" He's like, "I don't know. You tell me." And of course, he sprays me. And man, it does work. It really does. How to feel it sucks. Yes. No. Yeah, not really.
Yeah, you let
Uh-oh.
This and smoke filled the air as stun grenades exploded on the streets of South Park. U.S. immigration and
You've got to come in and bring in the police and arrest these people en masse. It's only going to stop. These people are only going to stop this behavior when they have a degree of accountability for it. That's the big problem. It's in South Park, yeah. Truth is stranger than fiction, I guess. And that's the issue. Like,
If you have people standing in the way of a police car, well, then they're committing a crime. They're intentionally preventing the police from being able to do their job. Like, just immediately arrest them and charge them with something. Like, I don't even know. Like, why is this even a conversation? This seems like such a simple idea. What's the issue? The problem is they'll go, "I told you so." What do you do with that? I'd say you're right. Shouldn't have done it.
Customs enforcement agents using the devices to scatter the crowd of people blocking their cars and cussing at agents. General Manager Renato Amatrano says agents provided a warrant and scanned everyone's IDs. He believes 3 employees could not provide identification and were taken away.
It should have been 4 employees. It should have been him being taken away for questioning for how he managed to hire 3 illegal aliens. How is it that you just accidentally hired 3 illegal aliens?
Breaking tonight, Canada now plans to recognize a Palestinian state.
The level of human suffering in Gaza is intolerable.
The historic announcement from the Prime Minister, the conditions, and the push to end the suffering inside Gaza. We break down why now and what's next. Tsunami alerts and evacuations send millions along the Pacific fleeing to higher ground.
Certainly the anxiety level was very high. We had young children with us as well.
But are we ready for the next one? A judge slams the brakes on Ontario's plan to rip up Toronto bike lanes.
I know the people of Ontario believe that they elect parties to make decisions. They don't elect judges. And we'll be appealing it.
Why this legal fight isn't over.
From CBC News, this is The National with Asha Tomlinson.
Thank you for joining us. Adrian is away. Tonight, Mark Carney has confirmed Canada plans to recognize a Palestinian state in front of the United Nations General Assembly this September. Calling the suffering in Gaza intolerable, the Prime Minister stated this decision could no longer be delayed. Carney says Israel has failed at preventing a humanitarian disaster, but he also emphasized Hamas can play no role in a future general election. Rafi Boudjikanian now with Canada's proposal, the conditions within it, and why it's already facing criticism.
Prime Minister Mark Carney going where no Canadian government has gone before.
Canada intends to recognize the State of Palestine at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025.
But that declaration comes with a number of conditions for the Palestinian Authority, which currently governs parts of the occupied West Bank, such as demilitarizing a future Palestinian state and democratic reforms, including a general election next year, in which Hamas can have no role.
I'm not in any way, shape, minimizing the scale of that task.
Carney also delivered pointed criticism at Israel, stating thousands are on the brink of starvation in Gaza.
The level of human suffering in Gaza is intolerable.
That point echoed by aid groups and the UN, who warn mass starvation in Gaza is on the rise. Palestinian officials also point to widespread hunger.
The Palestinian people have been living hell for 2 years. They know what they want. They need the opportunity to actually build their own state. And for us, the most important part right now is to end the genocide.
Israel denies there is starvation in Gaza, says it has no faith in the Palestinian Authority as a partner for peace, and insists Canada is rewarding Hamas.
Sometimes you have to be bold, but being bold at the expense of Israeli families, of Israel's security, that is not something that is appreciated by Israel.
The openness in Canada's preconditions leans a lot harder on Palestinians, says this observer.
I was struck by the one-sidedness of the requirements. The requirements of that a Palestinian state be demilitarized and no Hamas, but no corresponding requirement for Israel to get rid of or ban or limit the political activity of its leading far right-wing party.
We have arrived.
In 2025, 64% of all venture capital in the U.S. has been allocated to artificial intelligence startups.
Venture capital investment in artificial intelligence hit $50 billion in the second quarter, accounting for nearly half of all VC funding.
Companies like OpenAI were valued at $300 billion without even being profitable or publicly traded.
OpenAI at $300 billion. Is that too expensive? Is it a deal?
In 2024 alone, Google, Amazon, and Meta spent over $400 billion on AI infrastructure for startups.
A $20 billion pledge from Amazon to build artificial intelligence innovation campuses.
However, 70% of these funded AI startups still do not generate real revenue. This has raised alarms among some experts who claim that the AI boom turned into a bubble, like the dot-com bubble of the early 2000s.
Hype cycle, calendar, the metaverse. That's three. Crypto. What was the mother of all cycles, the dot-com bubble was? So right now, are we in the middle of another one with generative AI and ChatGPT?
So, how AI became the new dot-com. The dot-com bubble was an economic phenomenon that took place between the mid-1990s and the early 2000s. During that period, the mass adoption of the internet sparked a surge of investment in nascent web-based companies, just as is happening now with the AI boom. The Nasdaq Composite rose nearly 400% from 1995 to March 2000, only to crash 78% by October 2002, essentially wiping out all the gains from that. Venture capitalists and speculators invested without considering real business, and many companies went bankrupt after burning through their funding without generating profits. Today, the world is experiencing a new technological boom, the explosion of AI.
Over the past decade, we've been surrounded by AI systems that perceive our worlds, that support our decisions, and that mimic our ability to create.
Since the public launch of ChatGPT in late 2022, investor attention has surged. Global funding for AI startups rose from $18 billion in 2014 to $119 billion in 2021. And by 2023, generative AI accounted for nearly 30% of that total investment in the United States. In the first half of 2025, investments in AI represented 64.1% of the total value of venture capital transactions in the U.S. This has triggered warnings and comparisons to the dot-com bubble. The enthusiasm for artificial intelligence has sparked an unprecedented wave of investment. For example, OpenAI was valued at $300 billion in April 2025 without even being publicly traded. Anthropic, its direct competitor, is seeking to raise an additional $5 billion, despite its products not yet generating revenue.
Amazon is reportedly considering deepening its ties with the AI startup Anthropic through a new multi-billion-dollar investment.
In the first quarter of 2025, the 4 largest venture capital deals in the U.S. were AI-related, totaling $26.6 billion. This capital concentration is reminiscent of the dot-com bubble frenzy, when funds flowed to companies with no finished products solely because of the allure of emerging technology. Big tech companies have responded to this euphoria with an arms race to acquire talent and infrastructure. AI engineer salaries have skyrocketed, with compensation packages reaching $100 million, especially in Silicon Valley.
The OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says the Meta startup coaches top engineers offering what he called $100 million sign-on bonus.
That Google, Microsoft, and Meta are projecting a combined spending of $405 billion on AI infrastructure by 2026. This figure doubles previous estimates and represents a jump of over 13% compared to the previous year. Alphabet, for example, announced it will allocate more than $85 billion annually to its artificial intelligence projects. This has had a ripple effect on financial markets. Currently, the tech sector accounts for 34% of the S&P 500 index, an even higher proportion than during the peak of the dot-com bubble in 2000. But despite the enthusiasm, most generative AI products have yet to demonstrate a truly large-scale revolutionary impact. While they may be useful tools, their transformative potential is still up for debate.
We're not saying here that AI typically needs to be productive. We're saying that AI tools, just because they're being used, the payoff may be more uneven than the hype suggests.
Many users report that these models provide inaccurate, shallow, or outright incorrect responses. In practice, generative AI has proven more effective in supporting repetitive tasks than in disrupting entire processes. This has led to a disconnect between the futuristic promises made by companies, such as replacing 80% of administrative jobs, and tangible results. Moreover, much of the value of these startups is based on expectations of future revenue that have yet to materialize. Revenue projections are, in many cases, speculative. According to data from CB Insights, more than 70% of AI startups that received funding in 2023 and 2024 still do not generate operating profits. Added to this is the fact that talent and early-stage company acquisitions by large corporations have increased by 40% in 2025. In other words, returns on investment remain uncertain, raising doubts about the sustainability of this speculative wave. In addition, the productivity gains from AI are being questioned.
Tech giants like Microsoft and Google are outsourcing more and more coding to AI in a productivity push, but some new research shows the tools might not be as helpful as some expect.
Another troubling symptom is the disconnect between stock prices and economic funding. NVIDIA, one of the largest AI chip suppliers, lost nearly 17% of its market value in a single day after the release of an open-source model promising similar results. Although NVIDIA has greatly benefited from the AI boom, this event showed how volatile current valuations are, where future expectations collapse with an unexpected competitive breakthrough. On top of that, there is a risk of financial contagion. The excitement over AI has pushed other speculative assets upward, including cryptocurrencies, echoing the asset correlation phenomenon during the dot-com bubble. Back then, the NASDAQ crash dragged down nearly 1,500 small tech companies and had a systemic impact on global markets.
Down 1.7% here, loss of 37 points or so. Apple shares are just getting hammered this morning.
We're down by between 3 and 4.5% generally across these markets. Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate.
Today, a negative event in the AI ecosystem could trigger a similar domino effect, given that many institutional portfolios and venture capital funds are heavily exposed to the sector. On the other hand, regulatory and social ecosystems could also limit AI's future growth. Various entities, including the European Union and US authorities, are working on regulatory frameworks that could impose restrictions on data use, privacy, or copyright. A clear example is the lawsuit filed by Disney and Universal against the generative image AI platform Midjourney. This is the first time major Hollywood studios have sued an AI company for copyright infringement, marking a legal turning point in the industry.
Disney and NBC Universal, which is CNBC's parent company, are filing a joint suit against AI company Midjourney, alleging copyright infringement.
Skepticism is another factor, as about 55% of Americans believe AI will be just one more technology among many, without a decisive impact. Restrictive regulation combined with a decline in public and consumer enthusiasm could
People are talking about how Vegas is dead right now. Have you seen this?
After years of record visitor numbers and casino profits, tourism is finally falling. And then you've lost so much more in a decade, don't you? Right.
this area at the Earl of Sandwich, bro. I've lost so much money in this very casino room when I go to that Earl of Sandwich. This is starship from Billy to the shop. Doing this land place off. I don't like slot shows, like I mix some craps. I play craps. Lost money. And I go to the Earl of Sandwich and I get a big sandwich and get that. What do you think Vegas is going to adapt with by adding, like, gotcha games? Like, you go to Bellagio and bet on horse girls. They have waifu bet. Dude, can you imagine a whole casino keeping around anime waifus? They might raise cash. Wait, that's actually a genius idea. Not even kidding. I should just get investment seed on it. I think they go waifu casino by great money, dude. Casino waifu? You would have a little digital, you have an app on your phone, it would track your rewards card or whatever, so you could get better unlocked waifus as you play. And then you make the mirrors in the room screen and digital, so the waifu would shoot at night when you go to bed at the It's like an iOS gadget. Oh, it's really good.
This looks like the loss of one restaurant. It was the death of the cheapest find at the center of the Las Vegas Strip. Now that a reliable, budget-friendly option is gone, it's just another sign that the Strip is pricing out the average visitor who made Vegas what it is. You just watch this, and then you're like, yeah, but the economy's great. I saw the headline number. Like, everything's good. We've never been better. It's never been stronger. I understand people that still believe that at all. You know, I can understand if a few anecdotes were different than what, but all of them are. There's no like.
I remember doing a video back in 2018 on an article about how a $25 room in Las Vegas becomes a $65 room once you add in all of the taxes and fees. And at that time, $45 a night was the highest resort fee that you would find anywhere here on the Los.
I might talk about this, but they have. That's another pre-watch. Maybe I'll talk about it. They had these early check-in fees. Like, if you show up to your hotel room, you get like the Venetian or whatever, it would be like $30 to check in early.
We have over 30 individual hotels who charge $50 to $55 for the resort fee per night. So now it's more like
the idea of a resort fee is so stupid. I'm paying for a room in your hotel. You don't get to add a hotel fee on top. Just charge me the number you're going to charge me. The idea of splitting the bill into two different things and calling one of them a fee is so stupid. It's like I buy a pizza. Well, the pizza's only $1, but there's a $19 pizza fee. Shut the f up. God, Lena Khan was going to fix this. This is such a stupid trick. It's just a trick. It's just a mental trick to try and scam a little bit from people that have to think about one thing and then get baited in. It just takes advantage of the human. Once you've committed to something, you're more likely to pay more down the road. Once your mind is considered buying something, well, now you're more amenable to paying a higher fee. But you wouldn't have been if it had been the original fee up front. You're just abusing people. It's just abusing a mental trick of, it's anchoring.
And the psychological impact of this for travelers really goes beyond money. It's about trust being broken before you even arrive, because your expenses have just exploded beyond what you budgeted for your vacation.
It's so crazy because, like, the casinos in your hotel, these people are going to come and punt money on guaranteed losing games. And you can't even do the courtesy of letting them play the game before you scam them. You can't even offer them a good room at a fair price so they can give you money on games they will statistically lose over time. You have to steal the money first on extra fees. It's crazy.
For years, Vegas restaurants have added an extra 4 to 5% fee onto your food bill that most people don't even notice. And a big reason people don't notice is because the way it's displayed sometimes is kind of sneaky. But you got to look down here at an angle.
All her in the post show.
Good luck.
There is no way around it.
Good luck.
Yeah, but I want to hear her perspective because you essentially called her. She was like, "Oh, she's a ignorant." I had to break up with her.
I'm not going to lie to you. She is. She is kind of a to deal with, and we're still dealing with the price cuts of the house. And I told her, I was like, "Listen, this house is going to end up short selling, or it's going to go to deed in lieu."
And what's her philosophy of the current sale?
She doesn't care, honestly, and this is what I was going to cover. So in February of this year, she just completely stopped paying mortgage because I told her, like, listen, yeah, it was January. I told her, like, listen, this is a good opportunity for us to look at selling the house. We obviously are not going to keep this. We can go on our separate ways. And there's no...
y'all's relationship right now?
We hate each other.
Oh. Why? What is with these toxic breakups? I've never had a toxic breakup.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you people?
But I'll be honest, Caleb. I'm glad that
Please.
relationship happened because of the current relationship that I'm in is probably the best one I've ever been in. Not even probably, it is the best relationship I've been in.
Okay, he's finally taking it up the ass and he's super proud of it. Okay, we all get it.
No, so after I told her that, like, listen, we got to sell this house. And she had this recommendation that her friends could move in and they would pay rent and that I just needed to help putting together a lease agreement for renter. And I told her, absolutely not, because then we're liable for all the stuff that happens if something breaks. I'm like, no, you can't afford this. You can barely afford an apartment on your own. So why do you think that being a landlord would be a better decision?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I can understand the desire to temporarily do it until the market recovers in the area. So it's not like the ultimate worst take, but it definitely, I mean, co-ownership on a mortgage. Yeah, they're broken up, combative relationship, and having to actively manage it yourself unless you get a property manager, which would take about 10 to 15%.
Right.
But even still, it might not have been the worst option.
Well, I mean, and that could be an option, but after I had mentioned that to her, I was like, listen, this is not going to work whatsoever. Like, we need to sell the house. I was not in a position to say anything because I wasn't on the deed of the house, so I couldn't list it for sale. After that communication, she completely stopped talking to me whatsoever. And then that's why. I don't know.
Oh, come on. Why?
Why?
Connect some dots.
No, I really have no idea. After I had mentioned that, it was about a couple weeks later, I was at an event, and I got a notification that my credit score had got a huge impact. And it was because she had missed a payment.
So you paid her, and then she makes the full?
Yeah. So I would pay her my half. It was this
The retribution?
And whatever you want to call it.
Well, I don't know, but I'm also only getting your perspective, and no offense, but I don't trust most people on this show.
So her name was on the utilities. Her name was, on the deed and the mortgage. So I would just send her my half, and then she'd make the payment.
Yeah, and I understand you're making it all about her, but listen, you're in horrible debt. So this obviously you are not good with money. So I'm just hyper skeptical of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe she accidentally missed the mortgage.
Well, no, she didn't accidentally miss the mortgage. She wasn't paying it on purpose. I think we're at 3 months.
Currently?
Yes. Currently, it's still unpaid to this point.
Have you contacted the bank?
I've contacted the mortgage company multiple times. I have explained the situation multiple times. She had finally reached out to me about 3 months after the mortgage not being paid, saying that the house is now vacant, the keys are on the table, I don't give a what you do with this house. And the very next day, my parents and I, we went up to the house, we secured the keys, we locked the house down, and I said, all right, I need you to be in communication with me because we need to transfer the deed from your name to my name. To which she was cooperative in that capacity, so she signed everything over after a long battle of,
Oh, good. Okay, so now the home's listed and it's going down in value, and you're obviously going to be on, at least under your purchase price. So how much did you guys put down?
Nothing.
Okay, so you're going to have to, where are you coming up with the extra money to pay off the debt when the house is sold?
That's kind of where we're at right now. As of last week when I contacted the realtor, they brought it up to me. They're like, hey, you might have to come, with some money to closing. If we end up short selling this property. I was like,
you're going to have to come with a lot of money, and you're already horrendous debt, dude. You're already horrendous debt. How much bad debt you think you have? How much bad debt you think you have? That's outside of the mortgage, big guy.
Honestly, I think it's about $40,000 altogether, if I'm not mistaken.
$54,000. You don't even know. How are you coming up with an extra $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to finish this thing out?
No.
What the f are you talking about? You don't
it's like 6% for realtors, and then
but you're going to sell.
You got the
you're going to sell under your purchase price, and you don't even know how far this is going to fall before you actually get a buyer.
And that's
right now, it's a buyer's market more than it is a seller's market.
And I agree with you on that.
So what the f are you talking about? You don't know how much
we're going to happen. Instead.
Okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to? 100%.
If I have to do that, then yes, I would. And that's that's kind of that's where I'm at right now, and that's what I think about.
Are you against a potential rent? Give up 10-15%, let a rental property manager take it over.
So let's say, if, for example, that you get somebody to move into this house, they're not going to pay $3,400 for a rental like that.
No, you're going to still have to probably pay at least half, but then you might be able to eventually sell this at some point at profit. Market recovery. If rates go down, buddy, I bet that market's taking off.
I agree. Yeah, no, 100%. And the problem is let's say I do get a renter in there and the house sells within 3 months. What happens then? That person has to move out. The house is staged ready, and we are constantly having open houses to get people to come in.
It doesn't fucking matter, buddy. You've already dropped it by, what, 20, 30? It's probably going to be another 20, 30 from there? Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely been one of the worst financial mistakes that I've made. And
you broke up with her immediately. No, but again, I feel I understand. Okay, maybe she is a bit of a bum in this situation. Okay, for the past few months, but that still doesn't excuse you 55,000 hours of bad debt. Why the f are you in so much bad debt?
A lot of it came from my 20s, if I'm being honest. And there is.
Okay, then why is it not gone?
Because
already happened.
I was definitely spending way more than I was.
Yeah, in your 20s. Okay, you're 30 now, so why is it not gone?
I'm working on it.
I don't think so. I bet you're continuing that.
Yeah, I just don't know what to do with it.
You don't know what to do with your debt.
No, I just don't know how to pay it off or the right way to do it.
It's putting money towards it and cutting back on bullshit. What's the complication?
So I'm just trying to figure out the right way to do it. I've heard these different methods, like the snowball method and the avalanche method. But it's like, honestly, I'm not sure where to start with it.
Well, they told me you're trying to invest all your money instead of paying off your debt instead.
Yeah.
That's what they're typing to me right now. So that's actually a lie. It's not your lack of understanding on debt payoff strategy. You're just throwing all your money towards investments.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
What the f are you getting that's going to be more than a 30% interest rate?
Well, I'm trying to, work towards retirement because, if you're getting your 8% from your S&P and you're maxing out your Roth, is it 10 now? Or is it 8? Because I've kind of heard both.
Overall market's 8.
So we'll do an average of 9% and all that kind of stuff. So if we are investing that, it compounds over time.
It sure does. So does that 30% on your credit card.
Yeah, but obviously I plan on paying off my credit cards before I'm 60.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But yet you have not. You're not. What's bigger, 30 or 10? I'm so confused. What's going to compound more?
Obviously.
Okay, that is going to compound more.
That's true. That's true.
Well, okay, so what the f are you doing? Why would you not be paying off a higher interest rate debt than a higher interest you're getting on the returns for your investments?
Because I have to work towards returement.
I agree. So pay off your high interest debt, get a fully funded emergency fund, and then.
If I pay my cards off, then I have nothing. But if I'm putting towards my retirement, at least it's investing in the stock market.
Yes, it is, but you're still losing more money net.
Well, I plan on paying off my cards before then.
No. It's just the money over time, buddy. You're not making up the difference. You're not making up the difference. If you pay off your credit cards now instead of losing 30% for the next 10, 20 years, you can then throw the money in the market and let that grow afterwards as that's paid off.
Yeah, well, I plan on making more money as I get older, so I'm going to be able to pay that off faster, right?
Or you'd be able to invest more. I'm confused. Well, if it was a 5% interest credit card, you're right. It's not.
I don't really know much more about investing except for retirement, like S&P and all that kind of stuff.
Well, what's the question? What's the point? I'm confused.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, like, you're saying invest more, but how do you invest more beyond your 401, or not your 401k, your Roth IRA?
Well, what about your 401k?
Well, right now I actually don't have a 401k.
Your business, the business you work for does not offer.
They do offer it, yeah. I just...
Well, I think you just answered your question. What are you stupid? I'm so confused. You just... You know the answer. That's the answer.
Yeah, but I'm really
about?
trying to look into other options. I just don't know what's
other options.
Other options are retirement. Or
what are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, you said, I don't know other than my IRA. Okay, we know there's a 401k. Okay, you didn't sign up for it, so the answer is the 401k. What's this other thing you're looking for?
So let's say, you max out your 401k, you max out your Roth IRA.
Then you're on the right track.
What's that? What's after that?
Well, you can also just open up an individual brokerage if you want. You're not going to necessarily get certain tax advantage things there, but even still, you can grow. But if you're maxing out your 401k and your IRA at your income level, you're putting enough towards retirement, you don't need to put extra.
Let's talk about student loans. I know it's something we all want to avoid talking about, but if your private student loans are crushing you, why refi might be exactly what you need. They don't rely on your credit score alone. They look for borrowers who have the desire and ability to repay. That's a game changer in a market where most lenders only see a number. Interest rates under 6% guaranteed. That's practically a unicorn in student lending. Plus, they offer structured payment plans to lower your monthly bill, and even a cosigner release program so your mom or dad can step off the hook. YRefi is known for personal service. No faceless call centers. You get a dedicated rep who actually cares about your progress. They've got a 4.6-star rating on Google, which touts I-78.
This is better than there's a growing interest, and you're going to have to fork up $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 in order to pay off a potential mortgage if you don't get everything done the exact way you want.
Well, believe me, it's going to be half that because I'm going to hold her liable to it. Because she is still attached to that mortgage, and she's not attached to that.
Yeah, potentially, but the legal fees can come up with that extra cost anyway.
Do you think that would be more than what the...
I don't know. It depends what you sell it for. Depends what you sell it for. Court ain't cheap. Court ain't cheap.
It's not. It's not cheap.
Okay.
It's not cheap.
Well, I mean, yes, I agree. She should pay her part. But I don't know, man. I don't know what you're going to sell it for. I don't even know when you're going to sell it. I don't even know if you can accept a low price with how low the market might demand at that time.
Honestly, I'm trying. I'm trying to sell this house.
And there's not much more you can do than just adjust it to the market price. But
and that's what we're doing. And
it is, but you don't know what that is yet.
So right now, we are the most expensive per square foot in the neighborhood.
Wonderful. Sounds like
I'm not saying it's a good thing.
But are you doing it?
Because we're adjusting the price to be more competitive, and that's why that
Buddy,
recent
you see the panics drop in prices even twice in 1 month. They're gonna lowball them. You're not gonna get any reasonable offers.
Well, I did tell them not to lower it until the next month, so that way it was.
Doesn't matter, buddy. This is how the buyer works, man. You got to go through our real estate program. That's ridiculous. You're starting way too high over market. Those are the people that have to sell lower.
I didn't even offer that price or recommend that price.
The realtor? You got a bad realtor.
Yeah, apparently she's the #1 realtor in Florida, and she recommended that price. I was like, okay, well, you're the expert in this, so might as well. And since then, we've already cut it twice.
Yeah. No, and
we've had
#1 according to what? Like I had 2
showings. We've had 2 scheduled showings.
You're overpriced. Yeah, tip. Of course, this is not. I mean, she is not the realtor to have. Listen, buddy, this might have to go off the market for like 6 months, 12 months, and put it back on at a reasonable price in order for it to adjust.
It would go into foreclosure.
It actually would. Yes, you've yourself doubled.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to figure out, and that's why the short sale is the current option, and that's why.
Listen, but you're looking at home now. I know you have debt minimum payments, of course, but even still, the mortgage you actually, even though it's a horrible chunk of your net, because you live at home with your parents, you would be able to technically afford it if you needed to.
It's $3,400.
Yeah,
$5,000.
Exactly. It's insane.
It is.
But you have no overhead because you live at home. Other than that, it's just the other debt minimum payments, which I don't know what they stack up to yet.
It
would just be
after the debt minimums, I think it would cover the entire month of my income.
There you go. So that's that. But you have no overhead. You don't need to have fun.
I know I don't have overhead.
Okay, you don't need to have
expenses like gas, food.
Oh, that's overhead.
Oh. Okay. So
would you not be able to afford that in your minimum monthlies?
No.
Would I have to see it at the end? I don't know, man.
I guess
but even still, if you rented it out for half, you could cover half. You were covering.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that's what we want to do, but I just think you're going to get out of this housing situation.
You know, and it's going to come down to what we could get if it was renting at that point, and if it's even worth. You know, if we sell the house in a couple months, then you know that kind of plus.
That they're dropping another $20K with 0 equity limits already.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a situation.
Oh, if you have a situation, go to calebhammer.com/reply and come on the show. What do you think your score is? 0 to 10. 0 being the worst finances, 10 being the best finances.
Let's say a 2.
Okay. If you want your financial score, financial assessment, take that assessment at calebhammer.com.
Yeah, degree was in management, and that was paid for through a scholarship. But the second degree,
All right, guys. Who's ready? Who's excited? Let's fucking do this shit. The Shire of the Third Age. So where's Gandalf?
Not what I expected, but it'll do some damage.
This was made for the Switch.
They don't even have dialogue. What the fuck is this? Body. Change body type.
But they're all just fat. Wait, that's the thinnest you can be? This is the skinniest version of a character you can have? Oh my fucking god! Jesus, okay, well, we're gonna make her fat, and yeah, that's good. And I don't even, wait, can I be a male, can I have a male character? Like, there's no gender selector. I can't even be a man.
Well, kiss my
Oh my god. Okay, let's just go with the default. Change skin tone. Okay, so I have to click on this, it's gonna change, alright. So... Okay, so it can go from this to this. Alright, I'm gonna go with, I guess I'll go with this here. And... Okay, I guess it changed again, doesn't matter. Alright, what's her hairstyle? Okay. Oh my... Are there any male hairstyles? I think this is the male hairstyle, right? This is it. This is yeah. I guess the bald ones have got to be for men, right? And so we've got to go with that. Yeah, let's go with this. Okay. So, all right, eyebrows. I need to change her fucking face. Looks like a woman.
Rolling the dice.
I don't want to be a girl. Like what? I can't make it. I can't make a masculine. It's just different versions of being a fat woman. The eyes and the lips. Okay, okay. No. No, guys.
I'm so done with target discrimination.
A-B gender selector? No, that's not even it either. Okay, okay. We got brown eyes. All right, that's fine. Body type slider is gender. Yes, yes.
You don't even... Okay, all right, I guess this is... okay. All right, what about the nose? Oh my fucking god. Oh my...
Are you pregnant? Yeah, with food. Okay, that's nice. A little smile, that's cute. Great. Alright, and... Change. I can't choose to not have the hair. There is no option to not have it. You have to have it. I'm going to randomize my character because anything is better than this. This is the monstrosity that I've created.
This is
Tear them to pieces.
I don't get that. I don't understand this at all. Oh my god. Okay, alright. Maybe we could work with... No, there's... Okay. This is insane. Oh. I think we're just gonna go with this one, guys. Alright, I'm gonna do it 5 times. And the 5th one that we do, we're gonna do it, alright? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 7. I just... Okay, alright. This is the most masculine one that I've seen, okay? And by the way, okay, I don't, it looks like Link. Yes, this is the closest thing I can get. It looks kind of like Link. Alright, so I'm going to continue with this character. This is my character. Change body type more? No. It doesn't let me. This is the most masculine. That's the most feminine. This is the pinnacle of masculinity in this video. Right here. That's it. That's where we're at. I'm being serious. This is A, pressing A. This is B, pressing D. I still only got C. Okay. We're going to continue. I have to shoot their top.
Max armor. Double pull.
We're going to go with this one, and we're going to go with this. No, we're going to give her cams. That's perfect. So she has simple breeches for a simple hobbit. Good for walking into shallow water. Okay, and she has a cape? Oh, she's got a cape on. Okay. Well, let's not have the cape. I don't want to have the cape. And then, oh, you can give her glasses. Oh, perfect. I'm going to make sure she has her glasses. Okay, great. First name, Anna. Wait, I can't even choose my own name? Enter custom name. Wait, is there a Zach? There's none. Okay, Falco. All right, Falco. Geez. Falco Headstrong. This is the most masculine characters I could make, bro. Falco Headstrong. Falco Hog? You want me to do Falco Hog? Okay, I'll do Falco Hog. Alright. Where is it? Okay. Got it. Alright, guys. Falco Hog. Are you sure? Yes. if you would ever wake up. I must have been sleeping. Yeah, very Hobbit thing to do, I'd say. It's a very comfy spot. I'm sure it is. I'm on my way to Bywater, I know. All the way from the Prancing Pony, and you've fallen asleep and it's late. How do you know it's for free? I have a special interest in hobbits and their business. Time to get up. There's a lot for you to do. Well, that's kind of nice, you know? You got the little sheepies. Oh, wow. Fresh air, rich soil, sparkling waters. I don't know how to fish. And what about cooking? I've always wanted to learn. This really is a game for girls. This will be a good place to start. So Gandalf is going to teach me how to cook? What? Oh, wow. Let's share our stories when I return, my friend. You're not staying. I have business elsewhere.
Told you we'd have a blast here.
I'll come back when you least expect me. Before I go, this is a map of Bywater. Let me guess who's going to give me a map. It was made by a very old friend of mine from Hobbiton, in fact. I expect you'll meet a hungry hobbit who will offer some help. And he just leaves. That's it. You haven't told me your name. My name? John Cena. I'm Gandalf, and Gandalf needs me. That's Gandalf?
Ah, there you are. It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
Can I jump? Wait, I can't jump.
That's sitting out the herd. Oh, never mind. Here come more.
Can I go in the water? I can't go in the water. So I can't jump. I can't go in the water. Inspect. That's a tree. Good things come to those who wait. Who are you? Okay, well, what if I want to go across the bridge? I can't because you're telling me I can't even. It's like Snorlax? Okay, well, let's talk to Bold. So I can't talk to him either. That's the talk to this guy.
Guys are clear should you require a hasty exit. I would be happy to pilot your handle.
I'm part of them. I'm Falco Hog. Pleased to meet you, Falco. Let's go see your new home.
Literally bang for the buck.
Where have you come from? The Prancing Pony in Bree. I've never heard of them. Why would she, wait, she lives in an inn? That's an inn. Why the fuck would you come? What? It doesn't even make sense. She's a stripper there? Oh, I didn't see that part of the movie. There's something I'm supposed to tell you, but I missed second breakfast and now I'm too hungry very much. Let's go inside. I can make you a go first. I'm so weak with hunger, I'd always slow you down. Okay. So, enter your home. It's my front door. I suppose I need to get fixed up. I've looked for another entrance. Okay. Is it over? Oh, wow! Oh, man, look at this. Welcome home. This is old Ruby's place. Lovely she was on the memories. It's your place now. Take a look around. Okay, so use the kitchen to cook rhubarb porridge. The pantry is huge. Okay. The more delicious the... Okay, so the more delicious the ingredients, the more delicious the meal. Okay. And then I'll make oats, and then milk, and then I'm going to cook. Alright. Some ingredients require preparation, though, such as the chopping board. Chopping board. Oh my god. May I have some oats? Wait a second. Oh, here we go with the oats. Okay. Assemble. Alright, milk. Assemble. That's it? I have to go talk to Orlo again. This looks delicious. We usually send out invitations when we share a meal. Okay, so now they're gonna eat food. Your first meal in Bywater. A writing desk, it looks well used. One of these drawers, I can see a key in it. I can invite people over to have meals. Begin your shared meal at the table. Oh. Would you like to begin your... This is the event.
To be drinking prune juice.
Yes, I would like to begin my shared. Time and place a meal for Orlo. Serving townsfolk delicious meals is a great way to improve your relationship with them. Open up my storage, and then I have to put a meal, and then I have to place this on the floor. Okay, well, I'm gonna put it over... I'm gonna put it over there. I'm gonna put it over here so we can't eat it. Start meal. Enter. Second breakfast at home. I've leveled up to now 2 to Orlo Proudfoot. Talk to Orlo to receive a gift. That empty spot. Do you have something for me? Yes, I do. A rich rhubarb pie. So it's just more food. Nothing makes a hobbit happier than a good meal. We sorted out with a nice spot at lunch, which reminds me, you got some mail. I had a message from you. Follow me outside.
15. This is starting to get fun.
Okay. Okay, where do I go now? Alright, so I have to... Why is he so slow? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Let's go, man. Can I push him over? Make him go faster? I'll check your post every day if I were you. Okay, read the letter. Welcome to Bywater. From Culture Pop. Okay. And now we have another cinematic, and there's a bird. Okay. Me, I just pick up messages. That's useful. Isn't that what a postman does? I don't know. I've never met one. I'd best be off. How do I find my way about Boundwater? See those birds up on the post? They seem to know where you want to go. Just follow them. Welcome to the neighborhood. Do you know what that is? It's another lovely day at the Shire. And I got one egg. And this is the... No way... So I have to follow the birds. Follow the birds to the green dragon. Okay. And the bird actually flies. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This is in fact a video game. I am... Okay. Oh my... This is amazing. Watched. Okay, so let's go up. We're going to go this way. Can I take a shortcut here? I'll take a shortcut over the water. Okay, I can't. Right, I can't. Okay, so I can't go over the water at all. Can I talk to the sheep at least? I can greet the sheep. Oh, man. Alright. So, this way. I'm not following the Can I talk to the chicken? Hello? Wait, I'm in the cinematic. Are there any male characters in this game? You'll make some friends here, you'll make a lot of friends, you won't find them. There's no girls. Or sorry, there's no males in the game. Wait, is that? What do you call my milk coffee? Overpriced. You have to cover and then it's opposite. So I think that might be I don't know. Maybe, right? Maybe. Okay, so I want to live somewhere beautiful. And you end up here blind. You're tired of believe me. Stop your noise. Bywater is a village. You've got a village square. It's more of a circle, really. And 2 ends. So there's no dialogue even with this game. We just passed Mr. Sandy now. Oh, wow. He said he won an argument against you about Bywater being village. A high... This is a game. Shouldn't there be a book of rules that says what makes a village a village? You make a good point there, which is surprising that it's not. I don't believe he had a big book. Those might be the rules of bulletin for him. I remember that book, but I think she gave it to Old Noakes. He had a picture of fish in it. Tell you what, you'll be going around meeting people. Why don't you ask Noakes about the book? I'll find the rules, bring in the assessor, approve the bylaw, and there's a living. So I have to figure out, there's a book that says if we live in a village or not. Why are they all back? You know. New townsfolk met. Okay, and I still can't talk to the chicken, can I? I can't. What about this dog? New tail acquired? Things to do. Become a local. Townsfolk. Oh my god. Encyclopedia? Okay. Can you date them? I don't know. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to follow the birds again. Let me see if I can figure out where to go by following the birds. I'm actually going to try and play the game the right way. Okay, so maybe I go this way. There's no more birds. Wait, oh, there's a bird. Okay, good. Okay, and do I go inside here? This is the house? What the fuck are you playing? This is the new Lord of the Rings game. Yeah, it's the new game about Lord of the Rings. Oh, there's a swan. Can I kill it? I'm sure I'll be... Oh, wait, what can I do? Harvest. Oh, I got hops. Oh, wow. Can I talk to the bird? No. It's not like real life. I can talk to birds in real life. Why can't I do it in game? Okay, wait, okay, alright, I've got to go this way. I was getting lost. Okay, so can I go around this at least? I can't even... Okay. Oh, there's butterflies. Why am I not surprised? Oh, 2 birds. That means I'm definitely going in the right way. Oh, 3 birds. Oh, wow. Okay, this is a big bird situation. We're good. We know where we're going now. Oh, my God. Where the fuck do I need to... Okay, I found him. Alright, let me talk to this guy. Who are you? I'm Falco Hog. What are you here for? I've come to live here. It's not newcomer. What are you after? Have you seen a big dick? A fish, you say? Oh! It smells of fish. Look at the shapes in the water. That's where Mr. Fishy is playing. Have this old fishing rod. It's cluttering up the place. Okay, they're going to teach me how to fish. All right, here we go. Let's learn how to fish, guys. The fish are stupid, so it's easy to get them.
Okay. Catch 3 fish, keep them or let them go. Then let me know when you come back. Okay. Hey, do you remember that book? I showed Mr. Fishy the pill. So I go back to Farmer Cotton. He'll have it somewhere. Okay. You can now fish and buy water. Okay. I have my tool window and I have my beginner rod. Okay. I want to fish right now. Slow it down and reel it in. Okay. Tension gets too high, it'll snap. Oh shit! Oh, I got a fucking fish. Wait, I can release the fish? Why would I want to release the fish? Okay, let me do it again. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Ooh, I got another one. It's I needed 3, right? I'm going to get 3 fish. I'm a natural? Yeah, I'm really good at this game, guys. Wow. Wow, 3 fish. Okay. So, ask Farmer Cotton about the rules. Okay, let's go there. That fishing talent's insane. I know. I'm fully aware of that. Oh, right. Can I talk to the pig? No, I can't even talk to the pig. Oh, good to see you. Goodbye. See you soon, Falco. Okay, good to see you. All right, do you have an old book? Okay, S tier dialogue, Note said to give it to you. Soaking wet, there's a picture in it. Flowers, she likes anything that grows. Talking about growing things. Would you try gardening? Wait, I have to do gardening? Just get out there, you know what to do. Okay, that's pretty simple. Brown tater seeds. Cool taters and beans. Goodbye. Okay. And I have to go, oh no, I have to go all the way back over there again. So, we want to go that way, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, birdies, lead me the right way. I think this is the right way to go. Oh, can I harvest other people's crops? I can't even do that. Where's like Mount Doom? Shouldn't you be able to see Mount Doom? What the fuck? It's probably too early, you think so? It's far east? I don't know where east is. What the fuck is east? I don't even know where to go. Oh fuck, I went the wrong way. Okay, I've got to go find this person again. North and south? Check the sun? I don't know what the sun's doing. Nobody knows what it does. Okay, what are you after? I caught 3 fish. Why would Old Notes give you the rod? He doesn't know you. Falco Hall. What kind of name is that? It's my name. What is? Falco Hall, I remember you. Did you catch anything? Yes. You got the rod, I've got too many. Okay. Thank you. You can say it, I won't. Why are you still hanging around here? Wait, why would they give me milk and cream? Okay, so...
Is that it? Oh, I need to go over this way. Okay, let's go. Now we have to go out into the wild. This might be where the monsters are. We have to be very careful. We don't want to end up getting attacked by a wild butterfly, which could easily die at any moment. It's extremely dangerous. Yes, guys, it's lit, boys. Okay, so now we are over. Okay, let's go down here. How's the combat? Yeah. Okay, so did I go this way? Oh, there she is. Hello. Hello, you must be our new neighbor. Just call me Delphi. Can I help you with something? Where's the book? Is it a healing book? The pages were down. What's the foraging? Okay, so I have to go and get forages. Or I have to go and learn to forage. Alright, that's fine. You see the butterflies, follow them. Wait, so I have to follow the birds to go to the map objectives, and I have to follow butterflies to find mushrooms? Is that really is that the world that we're living in now? Butterfly basics. Follow the yellow butterflies to collect the season. Well, where are they? I don't even see them. This is a girl game? No, this is for fans of Lord of the Rings stuff. What do you mean? What do you mean? This is gay, bro? Wait, you guys think this game's gay? Oh, I can go over the rocks. Oh, wow. Well, I'm in an area called the forest. I guess this must be the forest. Oh, wow. You can tell because of the trees. Look how many of them are. There's like 7. Oh, my God. And these are oh, can I talk to them? Hello?
Thursday, July 31st, 2025, Manhattan 64, Overwatching Economics, and confirmed. Ever since I started stacking for buying gold and silver back in the early 2000s, yes, I've been through all these ups and downs in the paper price of gold, and paper because that's called the futures market. And as I've said many times before, the futures market was created, well, the gold futures market at least in 1975, to keep people away from physical gold and to make the market volatile. So, yeah, that's what we'll cover today briefly, but I also want to talk about the U.S. Treasury, what they're doing in terms of their issuance. I think it's very serious. It's another reason why you should, in my opinion, have some gold and silver. What else? We're going to look at the GDP data that came out yesterday. And yes, it's been publicized a lot by the administration as a great number. Yes, it's better than the previous number, which was a negative number, but we're going to look at the bigger picture. I think sometimes, unfortunately, not sometimes, but when you had 4 years of a man, and by that I mean Biden, who was totally incompetent, who didn't really look to be in charge, who signed policies that were crazy, it's very easy to bring someone that's sane and make it look really good, especially someone with a strong character, President Trump. So what I'm trying to say here, don't fall for the psyop. It's almost like it's a psyop. They take us from one extreme to another, and that's why I keep telling people, be your own leader. Look after yourself. In an ideal world for me, what would happen during elections is that no one would vote. And you might think, well, that's crazy. What do you mean no one would vote? Well, if nobody votes for these politicians, they lose legitimacy. And if we keep not voting, boycotting elections, they'll have to do something. They'll actually have to do things that are in our interest. Unfortunately, I don't see it happening. There's a lot of people who still believe that politicians are there to help them. So that's what I'm trying to say here. I'm not trying to bash anyone. I'm just observing from my perch in the UK, and I'm not pro City of London or anything. I've seen comments that I'm here trying to protect the City of London against the Trump administration. Well, I have no loyalty to anyone but myself and the Creator, of course, and my family. But anyway, before we go further into these topics, just wanted to say that today's the last day that if you buy like some merchandise from the movie collection, the merchandise store, yes, you will be entered into a raffle, and you could win not a gold, but a silver coin worth up to $50. So, for example, we got like the Fed mugs at the LkT662 store, or movie merchandise store. We got Thomas Jefferson, and we got a comic on the mug as well, and it says, and I quote, "I sincerely believe that banking establishments are more dangerous than spending armies, and that the principle of spending money to be paid by posterity under the name of funding is but swindling futurity on a large scale." Yeah, so that's the never-ending debt that the central bank and the treasury, the government of that country, they scratch each other's back, and they lumber the national debt onto the public via taxation, via inflation, and with that we can jump into financial repression and what the U.S. Treasury is doing right now. And I saw this article in the FT. Of course, the FT doesn't see things like I do, but they do bring the news of what's going on. I'm just going to have a sip of my coffee. Yeah, and this came out yesterday. It says U.S. Treasury to sell more short-term debt in continuation of the Biden-era policy. Yes, Janet Yellen was doing this, and she was being criticized heavily by people like Besson, who at the time, I think he had been picked, but it was still before the inauguration, and other people who now work for the Trump administration were being very critical of this policy. So it says, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent previously criticized issuance of short-term bills as means of keeping long-term interest rates stable. So, a lot of you hopefully know by now that I used to work as a government bond broker, futures and options broker. So, yeah, the government bonds are my specialty. So, I'll try to make it simple for you guys, try to explain what's going on here. But let's quickly go through this article. It says U.S. Treasury will issue more short-term debt to help fund its widening budget deficit, a continuation of a Biden-era policy that Treasury Secretary Bessent previously disavowed. Treasury Department said on Wednesday that it would keep the size of its options of longer dated bonds steady over the next several quarters. This suggests a vast increase in issuance of short-term debt. Yeah, because they're increasing the long-term debt. And there's a lot of new debt that has to be refinanced. So, notes and bonds. There's a difference. Notes are any treasury debt from 2 years to 10 years. Anything above 10 years in duration is a bond. And below 2 years, it's all called a bill.
I'm Steph, I'm 29 years old, and I recently hit a personal net worth of $200,000. For my total assets, I currently have $2,163 in my checking account. I just have one to pay my bills throughout the month. I also have $13,678 in my savings account. I use a high-interest savings account, and this is my emergency fund, plus other short-term savings. And I have $185,273 in my investment accounts. I have 4 different investment accounts now, and I only invest in ETFs. I don't have any liabilities right now. No debt of any kind, no car, and I still have no home that I own yet. That brings me to a total net worth of $201,114 as of July 2025. Keep in mind that this is my personal net worth, separate from my business. For context, I'm currently paying myself out $70,000 a year, which is a $4,459 a month take-home pay. If you want to use the budget and net worth tracker that I use to keep track
Planes after planes after planes. We are headed to Dubai. I just did what I think is the fucking impossible, bro. So I get off my flight, right? And I'm in this fucking airport in bumblefuck. Can't even read the signs. So I'm following the signs thinking I'm going to my next gate. It's my flight from here to directly to Dubai. I walked out to the fucking baggage claim. So now I have to go back through departures, go through security again. Hopefully I'm good on time. Has anyone done that before? I think I just pulled some shit I've never done before. Shit off. Okay, thankfully though, this is why I don't travel internationally alone, bro. This is my first time traveling through the country alone. Obviously domestically, I do it all the fucking time, but I don't want to jinx it. It doesn't look like the departures is too busy, but the arrivals, that was amazing. Anyways, I'm excited for Dubai. I've never been before. It's always been one of my dream trips. I was in Mykonos already. I'm like, fuck it. I'm not going home. I'm going to go to Dubai. So that's exactly what I'm doing now. Ugh. This is nice. What the hell? This is good. We got TV. We got some drinks and stuff on.
Actually, no reports. What's the biggest thing that I said that everything so and then it came time to board. They tried to move me at the door. My boarding pass like didn't work, so I had to stay there. Everybody's just like rushing to get on the plane. Like I don't know what they're stressing out like that, though. Like usually I just take a chill pill and realize that just living life, bro. If you live your life constantly stressed out, how are you gonna live your life to the fullest? When you can sit down and actually enjoy life. I was gonna try to gap a little bit there, but I'm too tired. I haven't slept. I didn't go to bed last night. I haven't slept in 48 hours now. I want to sleep on this flight. Like, I want to enjoy this. This is the shit. This is the whole experience. I take like 7 minutes. It's great. I want to enjoy it. I want to sleep. Only like 5 hours. So 5 hours. Kind of pretty. We got in here. We got chocolate. We got chocolate. We got this badass on it. But I'm not even down to go. Because I'm sure they have I'm keeping it in. What do we got? We got some sparkling and still water jelly. Let's check it out, boys. We got. Alright, boys. Anyways, let's pass it. I have no clue what these are. Looks like we're gonna get our next one. The big one. Next one. Chocolate bar. Very dark, very black, very dark. Let's go, brother. Flight attendant comes over. She's like, "You appear to be very young. It's not often we have people flying in these seats your age. How old are you?" I was like, "Oh, 20." She was like, "Oh, wow, good for you." It's fine. Bro, I've never experienced customer service so good at a restaurant, let alone a plane. It's like anywhere where there's customer service involved compared to this plane, bro. It's actually pretty cool. This number 3, ticket I barely did practice. I mean, I think everything stole. Keep myself a little bit. Y'all know what I'm bad. I was horrible, but I've definitely been better a little bit. I haven't really been, to be honest, but it is what it is. Once I'm back home, we walk back in. This is espresso martini. Alright, boys, update 35,000 feet in the air, eating caviar. It's just worse, and then I got steak on the way. Now we got steak with seaweed on it, bro. Bro, this shit is dead ass.
I know that you been waiting on me, I'm out front. I know you sick of playing these games about them. I can turn this shit up to a couple of thousand. I'm insane stuff.
Alright, boys, we made it to Dubai. So far, this place is crazy. Everyone is so nice and kind, but maybe that's only because so far I've interacted with my driver and people at the expensive hotels. So I think Dubai is known to have like really nice golf courses, bro. Crazy the hotel though. The shit is, bro, the architecture and like the advanced technology. It's crazy here. Alright, boys, go to the bar. We just got all checked in. This room is going to be bar. I mean, not. Was that so first off that down here, got like living room area, beautiful view of the city. I'm staying on the Palm. I know there's like 2 parts to Dubai supposedly. We're staying on the Palm, so we got this super cool view of the city. Then we're down here. Then view. Look at the shower, bro. Oh, that's the toilet. This is the shower. Oh, nice. What's this? Oh my god, what? Oh, I'm going in circles here, bro. 2 big closets, and I guess about that too, like, even in Dubai alone. That's right now, I am in Dubai alone. I have frames on it. This is going to be the first. We'll leave it at that. You guys can see it. But, ooh, that shit. Anyways. I haven't slept besides on the phone for like an hour and a half. Maybe I'm going to try to get some sleep. I don't feel absolutely tired, but I'm just like, but damn, this room is crazy, bro. Super cool. This has always been my dream vacation, and now I'm doing it like the right way, being able to afford this. This room is actually only like $6K for like, what, 4 nights, 5 nights?
like a little over 1,000 a night. So honestly, not even that bad for what it seems to be. But yeah, super cool to be able to come on a vacation like this. 1-2 years ago, it was like a dream to be able to afford a vacation like this. Now it's just like something that I did impulsively, like last minute, just like whatever, why not? So it's super cool to kind of just have that moment where I'm like, damn, I'm here. So if there's anything you can take from that, keep grinding, because if you're doing the things you need to do every single day, a year from now, you can be living the life you're now dreaming of. Well, that's good. I'm going to try to get some rest. Alright, good morning, boys. It's like 4:30 p.m. I just woke up. But I feel a lot better now, a little bit more refreshed. I woke up, but I didn't brush my teeth or shave my face. I gotta get in the shower now. Dude, I didn't record this, but butlers are so fucking goaty, bro. I couldn't figure out how to close the blinds, so I text the butler. He comes, fixes it. Then, I need laundry done. The maid, I text her. She comes, grabs my laundry right away. I needed Zins. The butler brings me Zins. Like, this place is fucking goaty, bro. I don't even know it was possible to have service like this. I mean, I guess me and my hotel makes sense, but dude, this is actually so cool. Anyways, I'm about to shower now, and I gotta go to the airport. But, yeah, boys, goodbye. Get checked on the phone. First off, you never know in Europe. Folks have it bad. Bit of low-key or low-key. But I'm going to like a nice restaurant tonight, so I'll take it outside. So, but it's too hot for that shit. I'm gonna go downstairs and just explore the hotel for a little bit before I have to go to work. Alright, I actually decided to change. I put a long sleeve on with shorts. It's that real chrome to the fucking dome on it, bro. Pretty much everything I got on there. Chrome keychain and wallet chain from her shorts. Even though I am not Alright guys, I picked up my friend from the airport. Say hello. Alright boys, we are on the way to dinner. We're going to Zuma. You guys, if you saw the Mykonos vlog, same place we went, what night was that? The second night? The third night? I don't remember exactly because that's the time I'm filming this. The Mykonos video was on Outback. So I think it was like the second or the night. But we went to Zuma and Mykonos. It was super good. So I'll have to go to the Dubai one. I also heard the Dubai one. Alright guys, anyways, I forgot my camera. We ate a lot of different food. A lot of steak. Lobster, we ate shrimp, we ate but yeah, now we're going back to the hotel. It is the next day. I'm about to go to the mall. It's this week. I'm not going to sleep. There's quick food everything. Oh, this is it. They did not want me from me. I want this shit up and everything. I requested this yesterday. What's the president? Really? Yeah. You bought? Yeah. Wow. That's not bought. Award lots expensive. Wait, what? Oh, number one. I've seen that on TikTok before. How much does that license plate cost? $1 billion? 75 billion. Yeah, with a B. Yeah. So that was actually the president of Dubai. So I can say that I got to see the president of Dubai. Made it to the mall, trying to find somewhere to eat. It's a very interesting mall. There's a lot going on here. There was an ice skating rink in the middle of it when we walked in. Apparently this is like the biggest mall in the world or something. We're gonna get some food, and then I guess explore what shops they have. Bro, we're at lunch right now. We just finished eating. They brought us cologne afterwards. Why did they bring us cologne? Russian? I don't know. I thought it smelled good, so I put it on, but she said it smelled like shit. So now we're about to go shopping. I want to go to Balenciaga. Alright, boys. We told Tahir, the driver, to bring us to the best place in Dubai to get Dubai chocolate. But I've never tried Dubai chocolate, so we wanted to get some. They're melted. Dubai chocolate melted tasting. Go to the inside. Alright, anyways, I didn't show you guys what I got. Oh, but I got a pair of ASMR Jella gods. I think that's how you say it. Alright, boys. Dinner fit. Well, actually, first we're going to to get drinks. Fit check, go into the dome, pants, with ones on the feet, button up, and then it's everything. It's spawned at this rooftop thing. So it can't even it's out of touch with the house. It's the water elevator. Never seen that up here. Whoa. That's an echo like that, too. These dudes are vibing. Look at this one. Alright, boys. We're trying to go. Apparently, so we got nervous. So we went back to the room for like 2 hours. We had a bottle of wine. Now it's something we didn't want to know, which is at our hotel. Alright, boys. I forgot to vlog, but we did a lot of shit. We had shrimp, we had sushi, we had these Wagyu sandwich things, we had lamb chops, we had crispy rice shrimp. This shit was good, bro. Boys, the next day. Good point. It is like 3. It's something about like weird shit. Now we're about to go. We're gonna explore first. We're gonna get shot at that mission. Find spot. The beach actually doesn't look too bad. I would have thought the beach here was like shit because like dry. I feel like the water is probably worse. It actually looks pretty nice. Yes. Dude, I will send it. I'm actually serious. I was going on the water side. Dude, this spot would be so lit. Dude, so you can go to Dubai, go to the water park, and act like a 7-year-old. Peep my new drip, bro. The water park gave me this hard-ass fucking watch, bro. I need to get this shit busted down. Y'all don't know nothing about that Aquaman watch. Dude, not only did I get a fucking Aquaman watch, I got some dope-ass fucking slippers, bro. These shits are hard, dude. Alright, time to go rip a water slide. Alright, guys. That shit was lit. We went on some of the slides, but to whoever said don't go to Dubai in July, when I posted on my story that I was going to Dubai, everyone was like, going to July is insane. Like, why the fuck would you do that? I was like, whatever. But low-key, they're right, bro. I'm hot as a bitch. Even going in the pools and stuff, like, it doesn't cool you off, bro. The pools are, like, warm and shit. They can go like cool the pools here. But it's still fun. We're gonna go try to find a different pool because all these ones are just like kid infested. Trying to find something more chill. And we have the spa lady. Massages at the spa. So alright guys, I made it to the spa. About to get rolled up. Oh, anyways, I'll see you guys after. But let's get rolled up. I'm okay. I wish I could show you guys maybe in the next video. Alright y'all, check out my fit. If you guys want to see the full video, subscribe to my Patreon. So here's the fit, Balenciaga flannel. This tee's from H&M. Jeans, Balenciaga. Shoes, off-white. Look at purple on the shoes. Matches the purple flannel. Okay. Pointers on the neck. Wallet chain. Bottega belt. Up. That's the fit. Alright guys, we're going to get into the check this out here. How many swords? 1,460. I think it's 126 swords. Above like every other building. Well, actually in the tallest building in the world, which is 100. What did it say? He said 64? No, we're on the 124th floor. So we're like 1,400 feet. That's a cool view for dinner. Alright boys, I guess our first course is like duck liver butter. So you take this and put it on there. I don't know how I feel about this. There you go. I'm not gonna tell you try it, I guess. It is pretty good. Okay. Alright. Course number 2, you're telling me this shit's supposed to push me up. I mean, I guess it is just for scallops, so like they bring one, but still. I mean, come on, bro, this shit's supposed to fill me up. Yeah. What is this, our third course? Last time they brought me one scallop. Now they bring me one piece of ravioli. The last one was really good. This one should be let's try this shit.
Location. Now that's a summer cut.
Really good. This one isn't big. I don't know what this is, bro. It's like, okay. Oh no, it's like yogurt. Oh, this shit.
I brought my ear pro. I'm making lots of noise.
It's really good.
No, actually it is pretty good. Alright, I guess we got one more course, another dessert. Be some fat asses, bro. Some more? Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, if it's in front of our face, we gotta get it right. That looks like a dummy. I bet $5,000. It's because we ordered a bottle of Dom Perignon, which I guess was like $4 grand in itself, and I didn't know that until we got the bill. If I would have known that, I wouldn't have ordered it. But $5.5. Anyways, now we're going to go. Alright boys, it is the next day. We are back at a new mall. I need to go to the Apple store because when we landed in Turkey, I lost like the earmuff thing that goes over my AirPod Maxes. So I'm not raw dogging the flight with no headphones. So I need to go to the Apple store and get like the new earmuff thing. So we're on a mission to do that. It's like 4 p.m. We woke up hella late. I don't think we've woken up before like 1 every day on this whole trip. But it works out because it's good staying up late here because then it's like afternoon, evening in the US. So it's like I can like do work from my home. Otherwise, I go to sleep early and I'm sleeping at the exact time they're awake and they're sleeping in the US. Awake. So I kind of just been going to bed late and waking up late. And it kind of works because it's like I'm more correlated to the US time zone. Therefore, I can get more work done efficiently. But I gotta be to the airport in like 3 hours or so. So we're trying to just go in time to where I can get food too. And then I got my flight back to MIA. Alright boys, well, bad news. I made it to the airport. I missed my flight. I was late. I went to the wrong airport, the Dubai airport originally, not realizing that the flight I booked, because I didn't book my flight on my own. I had like a travel agent who booked it for me. I didn't realize that it was at a different airport in a different city, like 40 minutes away from Dubai. So by the time I got to the airport, it was too late to check in and I missed my flight. And now I'm stranded in Dubai. I can't even remember when I last walked. I think it was a minute ago. We were chilling. We got some food. I thought that I was pretty good on time. I was good on time until I realized that when I got to the airport, it was the wrong airport. I had to drive 45 minutes of traffic to the next airport in LA. So now I'm stuck here and have to figure out a new flight on. And also my first flight was like $5K and it's non-refundable, which sucks. So now I have to spend like another $5K. This is why I need to get richer so that I can just book private jets. Then you can never be late. You show up late anyway for you because you're the only jet. I'm poor. I need to get richer. Anyways, my driver's coming to get me. I'm gonna find a new flight. Figure this bullshit out. I was trying to book the flight in that airport. It's like, I don't come up with the circles. Every single flight, like, back to the airport. Yeah, now come back to the hotel. Now it's what, 11:15. Thankfully, my flight I missed, but now thankfully I have a direct, so I don't have to stop. Just straight. I haven't stopped. And it's probably where I go. Big sign for Emirates. Fortunately, I think at first class. It's first class was available. I have to do this last flight. I'm gonna see if they have business class. Thank you. Damn, I gotta go to the road construction. I don't get to go to the nice ass that first class shit was worth it, bro. That shit was so nice. Alright, I got my big bag checked in, bro. This thing efficient as shit. The bot has like AI detection. You scan your passport and then it scans your face. Now you're just good to go. You just walk through and then you go right here, no line. Maybe that's just because it's not busy right now, but 0 line. And to my gate we go. I made it through security in this elevator. I'm solo. Bro, I'm getting side-eyed in security. I mean, this happens everywhere I go. Like, people side-eye me, and it's like, I can tell when you recognize me and know who I am. And you like walk up and say what's up. They're like scared to say what's up, and I get it. I mean, I'm gonna teach you about something. I'm watching shit, but bro, y'all gonna have to be scared to come say what's up. So it's like, I'll take pictures and shit, bro. Like, that's the reason I do this stuff. So, for future reference, if you ever see me and you want to take a picture, do not be afraid to come and ask me for one. Because, if you ever see me in person, someday, maybe across paths, I'm cool as hell in person, bro. I love meeting y'all. It's like, one of my favorite things about doing all this stuff is when I get to meet people in person, and it's like, oh, damn, your videos really helped me and inspired me. And I'm just like, damn, like, sometimes I'd be forgetting that I'm posting videos. Like, 200, 300, 100, however many it is, 1,000 people see these videos. Those are all, like, real people. Like, I'd be forgetting that, bro. It's crazy. And the amount of love for live show, too. Like, when I'm handheld vlogging, I don't catch it on camera. Y'all probably saw it in the Mykonos vlog a little bit, but I met a lot of people here. Came up, said what's up, and it's cool, bro. It's a hella cool experience. So, if y'all ever see me in person, do not be afraid to come and say what up. Also, if you guys haven't already, as I'm talking about all my supporters, go and subscribe to my second channel. I post more about like what I do for a living and stuff, talk more about freelance brand scaling in depth, as well as like go through tutorials and stuff. I'm just trying to put y'all boys on. I'm trying to help y'all. So go and check that second channel out. We're on the road to 100K subs on there. At least go subscribe for your boy. Go learn a thing or two. Maybe you can make some money with freelance brand scaling. If you actually try, you could make some money with freelance brand scaling. I started a new series.
Hello, I am Rescue. I wanna get, I wanna be some light. I wanna ride your body.
So I've never been out of the country besides for the last vlog y'all watched traveling, which was the Bahamas, and then Ireland when I graduated high school. So this is gonna be like my first real time going to Europe. This shit's about to be lit as fuck, bro. Y'all watched the last vlog where I left my passport at the crib. Today, I left my fucking wallet at the crib, bro. The one thing that was like important to bring. But supposedly I just called Orgy. I'm not gonna need it because I have my passport, so I should be good. But for the whole trip, I'm not gonna have my cards or anything, which is kind of fucked, but it'll be alright. Good, bro? Yeah. Orgy? Can I get a picture, bro? Yep. Yeah, they're not boarding yet. What's the job? Dude. Turkey is just chopped as a country. Our first destination is Turkey, and then we land there, and we have to chill there for like 6 hours, and then we get on a jet to Mykonos. So that's gonna be dope. But what the fuck is in Turkey besides, I guess, me needing to go there and get a hair transplant? All right, boys, we made it on the flight. Turkish Airlines, freelance hairline scaling. I'm gonna run you guys through our goodies and what we got first. We got a dope ass headset. Dude, this shit hard. This shit hella tough. Next, we got a blanket. Nice. Next, we got, oh, these are hard, bro. Yo, low key. These are freaking tough. Next, we got socks. Okay. What's this? Earplugs. We got toothbrush, hand cream. Ooh, that'll come handy later when I need to tug one out the bathroom. Something that says it contains sodium monofluorophosphate. Anyways, boys, we got a 12-hour flight and just ordered some steak. Thankfully, we have the laid-on beds. We were supposed to have a nicer plane, though, but they switched it to this shittier one, which is all good. I'm about to watch some Squid Games, probably do a little work from my phone, probably end up going to sleep, but I'll update y'all in a bit. It's hours later. We have, I don't know how long left, I think about 3 hours. I finished watching Squid Game, Season 3. I'm not going to say what happens, maybe some of you guys are watching it, but kind of a shitty ending. And then I slept for a few hours. I also ate some food, I had some steak. Bro, the food on this flight is low-key good. They brought me steak, they brought me like a whole bunch of appetizers. I had a couple mimosas. I tried to play Angry Birds, but that shit didn't really work. Now, we have like 3 hours left. I'm bored as shit. I'm bored as shit too. I'm bored as shit. Let's just get drunk. I'm trying to tell him, let's just get drunk and it'll make it much more fun. But Alright, fellas, we got about 2 hours until touchdown. We got some breakfast, some fruit. Ooh, why do the strawberries look brown on camera? They don't look like that in person. Some bread, whatever this is. Cheese? Cheese? Yogurt? Maybe? I don't know. I guess this is a Turkish breakfast. Made it to Turkey, boys. This is a legendary moment. I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. You guys have been waiting your whole lives for this moment. Red Scales X Turkey collab.
Turkish Airlines. I did this one.
Oh, you want to say it? Have it like focus on that, and then like I'm gonna say it way over there, and then zoom on me, and then zoom on the sun. Alright, boys. Gabe had it. Nah. Yeah. What? Simit. Simit. Bro, this thing's good. Good? Good? Yeah.
You have water, sir?
Simit. Good. You're muted.
I just.
Simit.
Will you try it? You have water? Water for sale?
Right.
It's not really.
How do I? No.
How do we pay?
No. All of them.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a mistake.
I don't feel like that. Just, yeah. You go airport. Go fast.
Let's go now. Now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. İstanbul, Atatürk Havalimanı. Ha, özel ücret. Tamam, okey.
If so, I mean, great.
What is this bullshit though? This ain't no Fiji. But every time I fly private, it's at Fiji on the plane. No Wi-Fi, no alcohol. What kind of jet is this?
Which alcohol?
Yeah. What do you got?
Right.
Whiskey. Johnny Walker.
Black label. Black label. Black label.
Black label. Black rabbit. What was it?
Black label.
She almost fucking crashed on the land. Oh, she almost fucking crashed on the land.
Now, problem is, I was checking what Airbnb. It's 10 a.m. I don't think I'm checking that. So yeah, I think we're free roaming beach for us for the next 6 hours. That's a lot of remote, bro. That's shit hard.
Hurry! We have so much.
Good fight.
Let's run hoops, bro.
Let's run hoops. Camera's leaving on. Now they're on. Oh. I'm going to close that out so I don't know the throw.
Right, we played last time. Am I ass? Am I really ass?
Nah, who's worse? Him or Phil?
This is looking fucking. Yeah, I'm shot hoop, bro. Yeah, shit. We got what? Yeah. Fours? No, we got 7. Wait, no, 4s. Ain't gonna be fair. Hey, bro. I'm talking to you. First we get yes, sir. It's not interesting. Aiden, I see him say that. Aiden Ross is here right now, right? Yeah. I'm probably gonna fucking see him. Yo, he can be here. Bottle. Drink it here? Yep. Bottle for bottle. Yes, drink. Yep. Oh, once. Yeah. Where do you go? You're strong enough. One snap of the finger. Hope the back of your school. Yeah, deadass. How do we run school?
Yeah, can you go inside? Please, yeah. Yeah. What?
Dude, I feel like the backfire.
Yeah, that's Dave! Hello? Airbnb?
Let's get it.
Yeah.
I got this crash.
Europe is pretty, bro. Very fucking pretty. But hopefully it's not like this every day.
No, we're not shooting in the same room.
Archie.
Yeah. Where's the best place for that?
Show us the way. Show us the way. Where's the best place for jerking off?
Is this the orgy room?
No, it was a clean product, and it was offered to the shop. But this was such a price, and was so I was doing and
So it's not enough.
It's not nut. What the? Oh. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for showing us. That's good. Yeah?
Yeah. Shit tough, twin. I said that shit tough, twin.
He said
It's tough.
it's tough?
Yeah.
Okay. How should you have been in it, obviously, it's a web open for as well. Okay. Yeah, this is what you did now. Okay.
What the heck, man?
Let's go to the beach. You make a fast enough sound.
Alright, boys, full update. We are kind of just free roaming right now. Where are we about to go shopping? I think shopping. Like, get a belt. We had to get some plugs because they have the different outlets here in Europe. So we had to get like the conversion shit so we can charge our stuff. And then I think we're going to go to like some little mall or something for a little bit. Just kind of explore, hang out, and then I think we got dinner tonight. Orgy is slumped, bro. He was the one person giving objections about hiring what's it called? A planner, like to plan the whole trip. Yeah, have an itinerary, like thing to do after thing to do, and it's like all just planned first, and we just show up and do it. He was the one person that didn't want to do that, and so we decided not to do it. And now he's the one that's just sleeping in his bed, and now we're struggling to try to find shit to do. Orgy, if you're watching.
So over here.
Hell yeah.
YouTube video?
Yeah. Oh. I appreciate it, bro.
Fly you on the paycheck?
No, we flew on a plane to Turkey, and then flew from Turkey to here.
Well, yeah, thank you, whatever.
You gotta represent that. Greece didn't get that update, bro. I haven't seen Fiji. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, you can get a photo?
Oh yeah, bro. Appreciate you watching.
Got that worldwide motion?
Dude, I guess so. Getting recognized. What's that? Recognize me. Yeah, we have the glasses on.
I got 36.
Thank you. I'm in dire need of a belt, bro. I left mine at home.
Actually, we don't have it in black.
What can I buy?
This one not in black.
It's like catching up to me, bro. I'm on HP. And in the last like 48 hours, I've slept like 8. I'm dead ass on 1 HP, bro. But we still got dinner to make it to. What should be good? I'm hungry, so. Thought we were about to end up in fucking prison there, bro. Hey, this shit is low-key mad pretty, though. That view is crazy. TikTok.
Oh, shit, that is on the show right now.
I know that's so cute. It's a good idea.
See the back?
Go to another song.
10K.
Some good ass steaks with the fuck. You like that?
Alright. It ain't a fucking take.
Oh, good flavor.
I could tell that kid didn't even work the whole time. Like, he's like,
Bro, I mean, yeah, I can just like no.
I feel like I need to be less intimidated. I feel like they want a picture with me, but they just don't want to ask.
Yeah.
They don't want to ask, right? You too, right?
Oh, you're just weak. I just like go freak mode in here.
Loudest, Greece, the nicest bar I've seen. Anyways, day 2, weekend out. I woke up a little late. I woke up to Orange County on my doorstep and going to the beach club, so I had to hop in the shower. That shit was freezing. Now I'm trying to get caught up on the time zone change. My phone is blown up with text messages and shit. What? I'm trying to get some breakfast and then kind of see where the day takes us from there. I think we got like a whole itinerary with some stuff. We'll see what we get into. Bro, my respect for this place just went up.
Take care. Have fun.
Yeah, you too.
And don't crash in the car.
I'll try not to. I'll try my best. Have a good one, bro. Oh shit.
That.
I don't know. Some visit was here for some. I guess there was some huge e-com event here. Did they bring tips for this? I feel like I'm back in Miami, bro. Where's the
Did you expect this many people to recognize you out here?
No, I didn't, bro. It's crazy. That's like what, third or fourth time now? We've only been here for like a day in Greece. That's wild. I didn't expect that. Alright, I found a place. We want to go in the ocean, but everyone like wore jeans because they thought we were going to be coming to some like club type of thing, but that's not really the vibe here. So I'm saying let's go in the ocean. Nobody has swim trunks, but I think we found a place to get swim trunks, so they have no more excuses to not go in the ocean. Oh, massage place? You think they do happy endings?
Is that your favorite kind of massage?
No, I've all my life I've actually never got one. But perfect, they have it. They have all sorts of types. All right, nobody's got an excuse to not go in now. Bro, this place is mad. This place is mad pretty, bro. It's just like vibes. But apparently everybody's talking about going to fucking Rome on a jet tomorrow. Because there's an empty leg. You want to go to Rome? I think Greece is the move. Rome would be cool, but we're already here, bro.
Thanks. Gotta make the best out of it.
Yeah, for real. But now that's the problem because we didn't plan anything ahead of time because everyone wanted to be spontaneous. But now spontaneous is just sitting here. Okay, Orangey wanted to be spontaneous. And now we don't have shit planned to do.
Yeah. Fire. My boy was texting me the whole time. He's the one that told me you were here.
Oh shit.
Yeah, let me tell you.
You just on vacation?
Yeah, we're on a cruise. Video?
YouTube video.
Let me take
Alright.
I just learned who you were like an hour ago, but it's okay.
Well, maybe I'll be a viewer now. We can put you on the vids. Oh, yeah.
Well, I listen to them when he's sleeping at night, when he's watching them.
You'll probably be in this one. Deadass.
What's up, guys?
Did he not answer?
Oh.
Send him a
He's gonna
video.
regret
What's his
that.
name?
Jacob.
Jacob. What's good, Jacob? We in Mykonos. We miss you, bro. And, yeah, that's all I got to say. Alright, bro. Good to meet you. I just gotta go grab some swimsuits. Right. I gotta go swimming. Appreciate you watching. Alright. Bet. Oh, he's here. Oh, I thought like you put it was from not like here. Yes. Where is he? In the blue? What's up, bro? Good, you? Nice to meet you.
Want a picture?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, good to meet you, boys. Y'all enjoy your vacation? What's up? What are you in Miami? What, am I back in Miami?
Yeah, I live there. I was like 20 minutes away.
I think the 20th or some shit.
You're gonna get that G-Wagon again?
The Wang Chang?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at my old apartment complex. I gotta go get it.
Get the K truck next. So it was like
K-truck?
little trucks.
Oh, it's like that, but a truck? I think I've seen that. I saw a TRX one.
No. I'm talking about like the little Japanese trucks.
Oh.
They're like tiny, like it's a one-person truck.
Yeah, I need to get some dumb shit again. Some shit.
Yeah, I'll try not to. Alright, y'all stay safe, boys. Hey, W Greece supporters, man. That's like, what, 5 people now? And we've been here for a day? That's crazy, bro. On the other side of the fucking globe. Red scale's gone global, I guess.
Did you ever see this coming?
Nah. When I started this YouTube shit, no. Not this quick, at least. I mean, over time, yeah, but this fast, not really. Kimchi, they have your pair waiting for you. Yeah? Yeah. Yep. They say kimchi on them. They better. What? Got the good chrome out here? Yeah, I guess so. They got the chrome update. I don't think they did. But that's still wrong.
Right here, they got the chrome on right now.
Bro, these ones have diamonds. So they're like 8K.
Those are 8. That cheap? That cheap? It's air.
Enzo said that's light work,
bro.
Yes, please. Oh, there's a thing. Do I need to take them off? There's like a thing on the map. Like a security tag. I just get naked. Dude. You have Apple Pay, yeah? Imagine, bro. Some no pass flicks in her mouth.
Really gonna have a collab.
Hey, bro, finally at the beach, bro. I've been waiting for you. Going in the morning. This shit rushed. Because it's silver, it's not white gold. Damn. I'm trolling. Damn. Start switching up with the cannons. For you, bottle? What the? Y'all want a drink? What? Oh, yeah, sorry. What just happened? Huh? What just happened? What? Bro, the sand feels so good. I got told if I didn't go approacher, I owed 50 Solano, which is like $7,000. So I had to, but I secured it. I got that. What is this? What did he say this was?
Fucking something.
Looks like some type of, like hamachi or something.
Batman Booga Peter Flicks. Well, Batman Booga?
Oh, you ready? It's like a tougher yellowtail, almost. Looks good. It's got a weird texture though. It's like chewy. Or like tough. It's good though. Good work.
To get the focus acá y acá se tuna tartar.
Thank you.
Crackers that I got right here.
Is this supposed to go on that? I think so.
Yeah.
Oh,
a lot of stuff is booked. It's last minute.
Alright.
The T-Bob.
Let's go.
Like that shit.
Laugh is on. Yeah. That shit green. You're fucked. Look, we're packing our bag, getting on the PJ, going on the boat. I respect that though. Yeah, it's gonna make you feel shittier.
You're not lasting that long, bro.
Not got that, bro. Whatever happens, whatever happens, wherever we go, I'm gonna.
Like, don't. It just comes to. We're like, bro, fuck it. Let's go somewhere else.
In the US is going to have an impact globally, and certainly we've seen the impact up until today with those US prices really surging as the market started to price in the impact of those tariffs. Now that it looks like it's not being applied to refined metal, only to those semi-processed or finished products, we've obviously seen
Walmart makes more revenue than Microsoft, Meta, and Nvidia combined. They bring in more revenue than any other company on Earth. Yet, Walmart's not a tech giant. They own retail and grocery stores, a business with low margins and slow growth. Yet, Walmart is priced like a tech company. In 2023, Walmart's share price went vertical. Why? What changed with Walmart to get them to almost a $1 trillion valuation? How did a grocery store turn into a tech company? And is it about to come crashing down? What makes this even stranger is that for most of history, Walmart's share price has been pretty flat. For a long time, Walmart has been the classic defensive stock. Gigantic company, old industry, minimal growth. From 2000 all the way to about 2017, Walmart shares went largely sideways, hovering around $15. But growth was consistent, even if in the single digits, and earnings were going up consistently too, and much faster. So, why the lukewarm share price?
Good morning. Amazon.com reporting a 71% jump in fourth quarter profit as consumers shopped on the internet over the holidays.
As the e-commerce world exploded, it seemed like the brick-and-mortar model was outdated and waiting to die. Why invest in expensive real estate and stores when you can ship everything in bulk for cheaper? The convenience of shipping straight to customers was unbeatable. It felt like everyone said e-commerce was the future. For giant traditional stores like Walmart, the sentiment was, if not right now, maybe later. And to be fair, it was warranted. Showrooming is a big reason why a lot of retail chains like Sears and Toys R Us shut down, where customers looked at products in person, then ordered them online for cheaper. With Amazon climbing and these chains dying, you'd be mad to bet hard on Walmart. Even if it didn't die, it probably wouldn't grow, right? Yet, we don't seem to be in this post-retail e-commerce utopia like some MBAs predicted. How much of total retail sales do you think comes from e-commerce? Maybe 50% or 40%? Well, it's actually just 24%, and that number seems to have plateaued. I think we've all realized the limits of digital retail. Physical stores do a lot that online shopping simply can't. The whole experience of going out with friends and family and comparing products in person is often more fun than just scrolling and adding items to your cart. You reduce risk by seeing your product in person, and you don't need to deal with low-quality dropshippers like on Amazon. Everyone realized that retail stores weren't going anywhere, and Walmart was actually quite a good bet. From January 2018 to 2023, Walmart shares grew by about 30%, their best growth in history. But then it did something unexpected. At the end of 2023, Walmart share price exploded, $55 to $98. A company where a $10 gain was big had now almost doubled in 1 year. Now, obviously, retail wasn't going anywhere, but that doesn't explain this. Why did Walmart explode? Something doesn't add up, and that's especially true when we look at the stats. After this jump, Walmart's price-to-earnings ratio, or PE ratio, was 41. This means that at their current income rate, it would take 41 years for an investor to make their money back. For context, that's about as high as Nvidia's and over double Google's right now. What's going on? Why has their share price gone vertical? Why did investors suddenly go crazy over a department store? Walmart isn't a tech company, but they're priced like one because they think and execute like one. Today, with the help of AI, anyone can do the same. That's why I'm excited to talk about technology, but internet and even on dev resource double for yourself for supporting our videos. Let's take a look at the sheer scale of Walmart. Currently, it has over 10,700 stores in 19 countries. That's 10x the number of Costco and over 5x Target store count. That's extremely impressive, but retail is a cutthroat industry. Margins aren't great. Groceries are often 3% and retail is about 5%, which is where Walmart has sat for most of its life. These colossal stores only become profitable through scale, the sheer number of massive stores with mind-bending revenue. The reason investors went wild was entirely different. Walmart eventually realized that e-commerce doesn't have to be competition. In fact, they can massively grow their business. So Walmart began to diversify. In September 2020, during the pandemic, the company introduced Walmart Plus, a subscription like Prime for $98 a year. It came with unlimited free deliveries, faster payments, and better fuel savings at gas stations. It also came with Walmart Cash, which you use for hotels, flights, and other travel costs. This encourages customers to spend more time at Walmart to get their money's worth, but more importantly, it's more revenue. Regular, consistent cash flow then, and at way better margins. That's good, but think compared to your next move.
Tossing Sentex grenade.
This was basically just Apple Pay or Google Pay, but blue. So let's do it. Well, Walmart Pay is in your Walmart app, which tracks your receipts, lets you refill prescriptions, use gift cards, and of course, pay at Walmart. It's a bit strange and customer service and confusion. Just accept Apple Pay and Android Pay. So I need to first unlock my phone, find the app, wait for the app to open, and generate a code, then scan that code and register. But it's all for one lucrative reason. If I hear that, Walmart saw the writing on the wall. The margins are for example, in Q1 2025, Amazon's retail revenue was $126.4 million. That's a lot of money. Budget on that was less than $7 billion. Their advertising, however, made $13.9 billion. Yet, profit margins on advertising are typically 75 to 80%, which made Amazon around $11 billion. About a tenth as much revenue, yet more profit. About 77% of Google's revenue comes from advertising, and even more of their income. Their real money was advertising, and Walmart happens to have a lot of junk data. Purchases of housing data, spending data, Walmart activity, and so much more. They time, when, how much, all metrics and advertising payroll. All of this is called Walmart Net, or ad service. The book Walmart.com looks at all kinds of suggested and influence the products. It's the same for the app. Let's go over you'll see ads everywhere. We have over 170,000 of them across thousands of stores. There's ads playing over Walmart radio. There's ads on self-checkout, advertising everywhere. And that's not even the strangest part. Walmart stores now have beacons. These use Bluetooth signals to detect nearby smartphones. When a customer's device comes within range, the beacon can trigger a mobile push notification, offering promotions, product recommendations, or special deals. When you're in store, Walmart knows where you are, what products you're looking at, and which promotions to send you. Walmart can track you everywhere. If you see an ad for a new blender on the app and eventually buy it in store, Walmart will know. Great for improving sales, but the real money comes from the advertising revenue itself. Companies pay Walmart for all of this advertising, and for investors, this was the dream. Real quick, we've racked up 160 million views on this channel, but we still haven't reached 1 million subscribers. Let's turn that around and perform over financial year 2024. Revenue grew by 5.5%. Nothing special, but income was booming. From 11.6 billion to 15.5 billion, a 32% jump. This was huge. Their revenue grew almost little, yet their profit soared because of their new high-margin businesses. E-commerce sales crossed $100 billion, up 27%, which included Walmart Plus. Advertising revenue jumped to $3.4 billion, a 28% jump. It was barely 0.5% of their total revenue, but has margins of around 50%. Investing will continue. For 2025, actively traded margin 80% again to 4.4 billion, far ahead of projections. Everyone was super bullish on Walmart after marking up an unfilled company $135 billion. But to be fair, things have slowed down a lot, and since 2024, things have been pretty fun. Have you about to witness one of the biggest bubble bursts? Well, let's take a closer look at those stats, because that share growth is very strange. Price to earnings ratio above 40, price to book of 8, and low dividends. You can think it's an exploding tech company, but it's Walmart. Shahid drones and ballistic missiles striking Kyiv and Ukraine all of last night were the biggest assaults yet. Of Russia, multiple other cities being hit by ballistic missiles and drones as well. Donald Trump promised there would be peace in Ukraine in 24 hours if he was elected. Yet another lie by Donald Trump. And he also promised he would bring down prices in 24 hours. Yet another lie by Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the grocery store. Folgers coffee last month, $12.99. This month, $19.72. And goods across the board are more expensive based on Donald Trump's failed trade war against the world. Even in Fox's latest poll, Donald Trump's approval when it comes to inflation is down to 36%. As Spencer Kinian writes, Rupert Murdoch is going to get himself another lawsuit for publishing this data, isn't he? While all of this is going on, Donald Trump's breaking this promise and that promise. He's making posts like this. It's time to indict Obama, the traitor, for treason. You know what that makes our country look at someone like Donald Trump using his official presidential authority to accuse a former president of treason and say Obama needs to be arrested? Or you know how weak and pathetic it looks when Donald Trump gives an interview and says, "Oh, I know I said I would bring peace to Ukraine in 24 hours, but I was just being sarcastic. It was one big joke. No one actually took me seriously. I'm a comedian. I was being funny." That's what Donald Trump had said in your play this clip.
I'm not understating the complexity of all this, but as a candidate, you said you would have this war settled in 24 hours.
Well, I would say being a little bit sarcastic when I said that. I think, well, I really mean to have good insight.
No, people do take it seriously. Here's what it looked like living on the key last night in your play this clip. And here's what it looked like if you were trying to escape the attacks from Russia and you were outside and you were trying to take shelter from the massive Russian drone. You're playing this clip.
Hell yeah! I sure as shit know what to do with you.
None of this is the real one. None of this is funny. Your job as the commander-in-chief and president of the United States, as sickening it is for you to hold that position, is to have like adults. Here's what it looked like in key cities across Ukraine last night as anti-aircraft and anti-drone missiles were shooting at these Shahid drones of Ukrainian ballistic missiles, as Donald Trump has also deprived Ukraine of critical weapons. Here, play this clip. You can't even stay awake, Donald. You can't even stay awake. You are so sickly and weak and addled and pathetic. You can't even stay awake. Here you are next to Dr. Oz. Like, why the hell is Dr. Oz in our government at all? You can't stay awake as you're lying about lowering healthcare costs. You know how I know you're lying about lowering healthcare costs? Because you lie about everything. But I remember the post distinctly last May when you said to everybody, prices will go down immediately. I'm doing something called MFN, Most Favored Nations, meaning America's healthcare costs of any prescription drug will now be the same cost
that the pharmaceutical company sells to any country abroad. So whatever the lowest price is in whatever country, that's the price the pharmaceutical companies will have to make their product in the United States. By the way, if you did that, that would be great. But like all of your deals, it's a lie. There's no most favored nation clause. Pharmaceutical companies didn't do that. And here you are at this healthcare conference with Dr. Oz, like sleeping. Here, play this clip.
A fraud war room using this kind of technology, because we'll know who you are and who your doctor is. We can block this. We're going to have remarkable advances in how consumers can use their own records. We'll have beneficiaries be able to get MAHA advice.
And speaking of the Trump lies, here he is in an interview he gave yesterday also, saying that prices are down, everything is down, inflation is defeated. Here, play this clip.
You know, if you think inflation I've already taken care of, prices are way down for everything, groceries, everything.
Okay, inflation is not defeated. But what Donald Trump is doing and what the regime is doing, they are getting rid of the data that goes into CPI, the Consumer Price Index, because if you don't do the testing, if you don't put in the data, in this case the data into CPI, Consumer Price Index, how do you determine inflation if the prices are going up or down? So the Trump regime is now just estimating what the inflation is. And I believe, just like with Donald Trump's job numbers, when it miraculously went from losing like 60,000 or 70,000 private sector jobs to gaining 147,000 jobs with government jobs like in a matter of 48 hours, call me crazy here, but I think the fraud and the criminal is behaving like a fraud and a criminal. Speaking of which,
McDonald's Big Mac. It's more than just another hamburger.
Hi, welcome to McDonald's. A big and tasty for just $1.
Got the cheeseburger. You gotta be losing money on this.
Fast food is the kind of thing just about everyone feels a bit nostalgic for, whether you grew up eating Happy Meals or not. And that's not because the food was ever amazing, but because it used to be fast, fun, and most importantly, cheap. It was always there for you when you needed it, and honestly, that was enough. It had a real spot in our culture. In fact, you can maybe go a single episode of your favorite TV show without seeing an ad for a $5 footlong or a BK Kids movie. It was practically a part of the show.
Hey, you gotta give yourself nightmares watching that stuff.
But here's the thing, just like the dollar menu and those $5 footlongs now only relics of the past, so is the entire version of fast food that they represented. Over the last 20 years, fast food has slowly and surely drifted away from its original promise of speed and affordability right before our eyes. And it is something that for most working class people is honestly starting to feel more like a luxury than a go-to reliable meal. In fact, a recent poll found that nearly 80% of Americans now see fast food as a luxury.
Races at the Golden Orchard, another chains are too rich these days.
It's an all-time high, not the. But that wasn't supposed to happen. Fast food was never supposed to be a luxury, rather it was the alternative to it. So in this video, we're going to dig into this whole mess. We'll examine the key problems of the industry today, and more importantly, try to figure out what or who is really driving them. Because I want to figure out if this is just another casualty of rising costs in a changing economy, or is there something more deliberate and sinister at play? The concept of fast food first appeared in the early...
What up, bro?
Yo, what's good?
Shit, we got a full squad. We about to run it.
Alright, let me plug my headset in.
Alright.
Oh shit, level 933?
He's a beast, bro.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you get what you need. We're definitely doing the egg and going right to the dinosaur.
Alright, I was told you should get that grenade launcher and then do the free fire gobble gum. I don't know if that works. I want to try it though.
Yeah.
Drill charge.
Drill charge.
Actually, I don't even have that set up.
I don't either. I gotta get it set up real quick. Right now I'm grabbing some gums.
Alright, I'll stay with my pistol so we can do the fog.
Alright.